Good evening. I'd like to call to order the August 6th, 2026 meeting of the City of Nashua Planning Board. Mr. Green, could we get a roll call, please?
Yes. Mayor Donges, Joseph McIntyre,
Present.
Robert Bollinger,
Here.
Adam Varley,
Here.
Maggie Harper, Alderman Patricia Klee, Dan Hudson,
Here.
Benjamin Zoller, Larry Hirsch, Cameron Green, here, Alderman Amber Morgan,
Here.
Scott Leclerc.
Here. All right, thank you. We have a quorum. Next item on the agenda, approval of minutes from the July 9th, 2026 meeting. Has any member of the board had an opportunity to review those minutes and is willing to make a recommendation regarding their acceptance or acceptance with modification? Mr. Varley, please.
Mr. Chair, I would make a motion to approve the minutes as presented.
All right, thank you. Motion by Mr. Varley. Is there a second? Second by Mr. Hudson. Any further discussion? All those in favor? Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. Next item on the agenda, communication. Anything additional in our packet since they were published?
Yes, there's been quite a few additions to the packet since publication. Several supportive documents for the RB Farms case, a couple of memos that are found under correspondence in opposition. We have also received correspondence in opposition for the 7 Haynes project, as well as the 57 Factory project.
All right, thank you. All right, next item on the agenda, report of chair, committee, and liaison. Nothing from me this evening, and I see Mr. Hirsch was not able to join us this morning. Any other quick items before we get going? All right. Seeing none, before we start, I would like to read the planning board procedure for the record. The procedure of the meeting is as follows. After the legal notice of each conditional, special use permit, site plan, or subdivision plan is read by the chair, the board will determine if the application is complete and ready for the board to accept jurisdiction. The public hearing will begin, at which time the applicant or representative will be given time to present an overview and description of their project. The applicant shall speak to whether or not they agree with recommended staff stipulations. The board will then have an opportunity to ask questions of the applicant or staff. The chair will then ask for testimony from the audience. First, anyone wishing to speak in opposition or with concern to the plan may speak. Please come forward to the microphone, state your name and address for the record. This would be the time to ask questions you may have regarding the plan. Next, public testimony will come from anyone wishing to speak in favor of the plan. The applicant will then be allowed a rebuttal period, at which time they shall speak to any issues or concerns raised by prior public testimony. After this is completed, the public hearing will end and the board will resume the public meeting, at which time the board will deliberate and vote on the application before us. The board asks that both sides keep their remarks to the subject at hand and try not to repeat what has already been stated. This may be particularly germane tonight if there are a lot of folks here to speak on any individual case. Anyone that wishes to speak certainly has the ability, but we do ask that you not repeat what has already been stated. It's perfectly fine to say you're either for or against the project for all reasons previously stipulated. And if you have entered a letter or email in support or against a particular project, that is already part of the record. So I would recommend not reading the entirety of your letter into the record publicly. Above all, the board wants to be fair to everyone and make the best possible decision based on the testimony presented and all applicable approval criteria in the Nashua revised ordinances. Thank you for your interest and courteous attention. If I could please ask you to turn your cell phones off or silence them at this time, that'd be appreciated. The only other thing I would like to point out, per our city charter, we have a legal quorum as long as there are 5 members present for each case. There may be some recusals this evening for certain board members, but as long as 5 board members are sitting, each case can be heard. And last but not least, at the discretion of the chair, the order of cases can be rearranged, and that will definitely be happening this evening. So thank you. All right. First item on the agenda under other business, Review of tentative agenda to determine projects of regional impact. Has any member of the board had an opportunity to review the upcoming cases? Mr. Varley, please.
Yes, Mr. Chair, I have reviewed the tentative agenda, and based on that review, I would make a motion that there are no proposals of regional impact.
All right, thank you. Motion by Mr. Varley. Is there a second? Second by Mr. Green. Any further discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Motion passes unanimously. Next item on the agenda, Board of Aldermen referral O-26-022, establishing the video display signs overlay district. Sam or anyone on staff, would you care to give us a little overview on that, please?
Certainly. So this is a possible overlay district bounded by the Nashua River to the north and East Hollis and West Hollis Street to the south, and applicable to all buildings and properties that have frontage on Main Street. This leans heavily on the dimensional standards for wall signs that currently exist in our ordinance, so maximum size being 100 square feet or 1 1/4 square feet relative to the linear frontage of the building, whichever is smaller, so maximum of 100 square feet. And this would allow for those wall signs to have video displays. So one step above electronic messaging, no longer is it static text, but it could have moving images. No audio, and we do have some provisions around.
Is this as loud as it can get? I can't hear. They're horrible.
I will pull my mic a little closer. And so there are some standards around ensuring that the images and the frequency with which they change would not be distracting to drivers. So limiting flashing and again, changing of copy, the frequency thereof. Happy to take any additional questions.
Sam, is there a staff opinion on whether or not this comports with existing code or the upcoming recode effort?
So objectively, it does not comport with the existing code because this is an amendment, right? So we're changing the code to allow this. I think to reframe that question slightly, does it further the goals and objectives of the master plan? I think in a way it certainly does. We're very pro-economic development here in the city, and this could be construed as a vehicle for that. We do have some provisions in here where these signs could not cover up significant architectural features. We have a lot of historical buildings in the downtown with very distinct architectural features, and so we have provisions to protect those. So that is also in keeping with the master plan.
Mr. Varley, sure, go right ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Sam, can you comment on whether, would this sort of overlay for video sign display, would this be unique in the city?
It would. We don't have any provisions for moving signs currently.
So putting aside the overlay, are you saying that, what would be the process currently if any business wanted to utilize a sign of this type? Would it be, are you saying it's just outright prohibited currently?
Variance through the zoning board.
Okay.
But there is a process, though, if one wishes to pursue it independently.
There's always a process.
Right.
Right.
But, but base code, it's not permitted, yeah.
Correct.
Right. Yeah. Other questions from the board? I think maybe one of the things I'm struggling with, there's already a mechanism by which if somebody really wanted to do this, they could. Looking at other overlay districts within the city, airport approach zone, historic zone, mixed-use overlay, these are kind of more traditional things that you see at a municipal planning level. Granted, I don't have the greatest aesthetic eye, but I don't know if I would inherently want to give blanket approval to every business on Main Street to have this type of sign. And it seems like, in effect, this is what this legislation would do, if I'm reading it correctly. Is that a correct statement?
Yes.
Not about my artistic eye, but about the applicability of.
Right. Your read of the applicability is correct. It is those buildings fronting on Main Street between the river and East and West Hollis Streets.
I just personally, you know, you've come to accept a certain amount of that on other commercial corridors, whether it's Daniel Webster Highway or Amherst Street. I'm struggling with the fact that it's on Main Street. That's the look we want. But yes, Mr. Green,
Yeah,
please.
when I think of premier like downtown areas, not many have billboards of static or not all along their main corridor, so it feels like an odd exception for the whole area to have that instead of a case-by-case basis.
Yeah. Mr. McIntyre, please.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is endorsed by President Wilshire. So I'd like to redirect, if I could, a question to Alderman Morgan, just for clarification, if you know it. But has the Board of Aldermen, I know it's going to committee and stuff like that, but has there been any discussion at all on this yet?
No, there is not.
Okay, so the first discussions will hit the committee first, and then they'll make a determination at the committee level before they would forward it to the Board of Aldermen, whether or not,
Correct.
right?
This is the first discussion. The other committee that it will be discussed at is Planning and Economic Development, and then after those two, it'd go back to the board with either favorable or non-favorable recommendation.
One
Certainly.
follow-up to it. So, because I'm new to the planning board this year, I don't know this from a precedent standpoint, so, Mr. Chairman or the staff, if the planning board had a negative view of such thing before the aldermen have acted on it, has it in the past carried much significance to the aldermen?
My understanding is they're allowed to take it up and vote independent of this board. This is, we either grant a favorable or unfavorable recommendation.
That's not the intent of my question. The intent of my question is you follow what I'm saying?
I do.
Yeah.
I do. And I'm not really willing to prescribe weight to the Board of Aldermen's opinion of the Planning Board's opinions. I believe this is the greatest board in all of the city. However, that's my very isolated opinion of the Planning Board. I think Alderwoman Morgan would be far more equipped to respond to such a question.
It's in the book. Yes, it is heavily weighted. It is looked at, each person is independent in their own opinion, but the recommendation or non-recommendation of any board on any ordinance is, carries a lot of weight.
Mr. Chairman, understood. I just want to know if there was historical data points on something like this, because I'm sensing, just for discussion, I'm sensing that you don't feel too good about this right now, or the discussion has been so far that way. So I'm just trying to understand what would happen if the planning board said, no. How far would they actually consider it?
No, and I appreciate that, Mr. McIntyre, and I'm in no way, I'm just offering my opinion as one member of this board. Obviously, you know, there's other folks that get to take the matter under consideration as well. But I'm having a moment of pause about it. It seems like a solution to maybe a problem that doesn't exist. And I think establishing some artificial overlay district just so you can have an electronic sign, I don't know, even as business friendly as I think Nashua is and will continue to be, I guess I don't inherently see that advancing that cause. But that's my personal thought on the matter. Scott, please.
Yeah, just in response to Mr. McIntyre there, I mean, there has been several other reviews of ordinances from the planning board. We've definitely given them comments in the past and had seen changes come through. I can think of a number of them, even like things like the ADU numbers and like the amount of people on the family in the one and stuff like that. So that's, you know, in my years here, I've definitely seen that happen on more than one occasion, probably half a dozen or so.
So they listen, but it's non-binding. Alderman Morgan, please.
Thank you. A clarification on this. So approximately 35, no higher than 35 feet is where the sign can start or end.
And there can be no signage above 35 feet as measured from the ground.
Okay, thank you. And so is there an opportunity to ask to change that? For example, I personally wouldn't want to see signage on a third floor, second floor. First floor makes sense, but a second or third to me is not.
Sure. That could be part of the motion.
Mr. Varley, please.
And Mr. Chair, I guess I would just express a view consistent with what you've expressed and what Mr. Green has expressed, in terms of, it's not clear to me what the impetus is for this ordinance and you know, what need it is really serving, and I also worry about, you know, providing this sort of, you know, blanket approval in advance as opposed to a case-by-case basis review. So I would be aligned with the views you guys have expressed.
Great. Further discussion or other questions for staff? So I guess we would need to, I don't know if anyone's willing to make a motion, I guess either in the affirmative or the negative. If you are making a motion in the affirmative, you may want to consider Alderman Morgan's testimony about the height criteria. But we can certainly entertain that motion and see how it plays out. No takers.
Well, Mr. Chair, I would be willing to make it a motion, but I just want to, I guess, indicate that it would be in the negative, so.
That's fair, too.
So I guess I would just put that out there in case there's anyone inclined in the other direction.
And maybe flipping the switch, I guess, if the motion were made in the negative, we can work in reasons where we're not compelled to vote for it. But we certainly don't need two separate motions, one in favor and one against.
Agreed, yeah. I just wasn't sure which way the board was inclined to act, so. But I'm happy to make that motion and see what happens.
All right. That's quite all right with me,
All right.
if you're so willing. All right.
Sure. So, Mr. Chair, I would make a motion as to the aldermanic referral on O-26-022, and that motion would be to provide an unfavorable recommendation from the planning board.
All right, thank you. Motion by Mr. Varley. Is there a second? Second by Mr. Green. Any further discussion?
Yes.
Mr. McIntyre, go right ahead.
So, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Listening to what was said, and I understand the workings of both boards, I think, enough. But I'm willing to go along with the no, because I think it would send a clearer signal if the board was unanimous in its dissent. So I think we don't need to elaborate on it, they can read the minutes, whatever, but if we voted clearly in a dissenting opinion, I think that's clear enough.
Appreciate it. And just for Mr. McIntyre's reference and the board and the public in general, we're not bound to
Right.
unanimous votes on any
not at all.
case. So, but I appreciate your thoughts on that. So thank you. Mr. Leclerc, did you have something to add?
I was just gonna add that, it might be worth just saying why we think, only because I just think people aren't good at reading minutes. So, I would recommend amending to say something on the order of, we don't believe it's necessary because there's an existing procedure that you can go through to get this done on a case-by-case
Yep.
basis, and we prefer it to be done that way.
That's fine, Mr. Clare. I think I have no problem amending my motion to add that context. So I would amend my motion again on O-26-022, again, to make an unfavorable recommendation and to indicate that the basis for that unfavorable recommendation is the planning board does not believe that a blanket approval as contemplated by this ordinance is the best method for allowing this type of signage, but instead that this should be handled on a case-by-case basis through the existing zoning process.
All right, thank you. Amended motion by Mr. Varley. Is there a second? Second by Mr. Green. Any further discussion? Mr. Hudson?
Mr. Chair, I'll be abstaining from this decision. I don't live in the community. I feel these community decisions about what people want in their downtown, don't want in their downtown is not really probably my place. This is an interesting situation too when these referrals come to the planning board because we don't take public testimony, so we kind of view it from the technical merits based upon the existing regulations and things like that. In this case, we have not had an opportunity to hear from the public. Of course, those that live in the community, clearly you have an opinion, and it's correctly in your place to make some a judgment on it, but I won't be for the reasons I stated.
Understood. Thank you, Mr. Hudson. Great. Any further discussion? All those in favor of providing an unfavorable recommendation to the respective ordinance, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed?
Aye.
Nay? All right.
Nay.
Motion passes.
One
Thanks.
abstention.
And one abstention. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. All right. Appreciate the feedback on that. Thank you. All right. Next item on the agenda, Board of Aldermen referral R-26-051 relative to the disposition of tax deeded property. Sam, you want to give us a
Certainly.
quickie version of this?
So this is largely driven by state statute. There are a number of properties on this list that were conveyed to the city due to delinquent tax bills. And now going through the statutory process, we would be putting these out to auction. You have the opportunity to review this list, comment on any properties should you wish to. But yeah, we've received guidance from legal counsel that this is the process, and any potential buyers must obviously do their due diligence prior to bidding on these properties.
All right, thank you. Other questions from staff, or for staff? Any discussion amongst the board? Mr. Hudson?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I did have an opportunity to review the list of properties and see if there's any that I saw some mitigating circumstances that should be considered in deciding whether to dispose of them or not. One of them I took pause with was El Hasselbrook Road. That's a land only on the second page of the list here. Sewer cuts through that parcel in two places, and there are two closed drainage outlets that discharge to that property, and it's largely wetland, so I'm not sure that that's a great property for the city to dispose of, or potentially if we did, we should retain whatever easements would be necessary for those features. Perhaps we already have some. I didn't dig that deep on it. The other one was El Narrows Road. It's a landlocked parcel surrounded by conservation land. That one may be, possibly should be considered to be retained for conservation purposes, would be a thought I would have. So that's what I had on those. Thank you.
Okay, Dan, thank you very much for your feedback on that. So that's up in the northwestern section of the city, back kind of beyond the airport?
Exactly.
I think, okay. All right. I guess I think we want to do what is statutorily correct, but if a member of the board was inclined to make a favorable recommendation regarding this resolution, we could make some commentary that the El Narrows parcel, as well as the El Hasselbrook, may require further investigation by the city prior to sale. Sam, would that be appropriately worded as such, or without being overly prescriptive on the task that need to be investigated, perhaps?
Yes, this board's done something similar in past years when this has come before them.
All right. I think if there's no further discussion on that, I appreciate Dan for offering that insight. Is any member of the board so compelled to make a motion? Mr. Varley?
Mr. Chair, I would make a motion to provide a favorable recommendation on Board of Aldermen referral R-26-051, provided that we add the commentary that, per the city engineer's comments, the city further investigate L. Hasselbrook Road and L. Narrows Road to confirm whether those parcels are appropriate for the city to dispose of.
All right, thank you. Motion by Mr. Varley. Is there a second? Second by Mr. Green. Any further discussion? All those in favor? Aye. Motion passes unanimously. All right, moving on to our regular cases. The first item that will be heard this evening under new business, conditional use permits, case A26-0134, property located at 17 Marshall. Is any member of the board an opportunity to review that application for completeness and is willing to make a recommendation regarding board accepting jurisdiction over that case? Mr. Green.
Mr. Chair, I'd like to make a motion for new business A26-0134, that it is complete and ready for the board's acceptance.
All right, thank you. Motion by Mr. Green. Is there a second? Second by Mr. Leclerc. Any further discussion? All those in favor? Aye. Procedurally, Sam, it looks like in the staff report, we need to make a determination of regional impact on this one. Is that?
No, I believe that was done originally, unless it was not on that previous tentative agenda. Do you recall? It wouldn't hurt to
Do you
reiterate.
need us to do it again, just belt and suspenders? Or?
Why not?
Okay. Mr. Green, please go
I'd like
right
to make
ahead.
a new motion for A26-0134, that it is not, the development is not of regional impact.
All right, thank you. Motion by Mr. Green regarding the case not being a project of regional impact. Is there a second? Second by Mr. Hudson. Any further discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Motion passes. The project is not a development of regional impact, and the board has full jurisdiction at this point. Is there a representative from the 17 Marshall Street project that wishes to speak on this? Well, I'd like to hear the applicant. I need the applicant first.
No, but he said 7 Haynes.
No, not Haynes, 17 Marshall. We're going out of order.
Good evening. My name is Kevin Corvo. I'm the applicant owner, 17 Marshall LLC at 17 Marshall Street. This is a conditional use permit for my tenant would like to operate a car detailing business, expanding into like window tinting, so on and so forth. Do you want to read through the?
I think, yeah, if you give us a brief overview of what's proposed, and then if you wanted to go through in as much or as little detail as you think is necessary to address the CUP criteria, and then when you've concluded that, if you wanted to recognize any staff engineering comments or planning comments that you've received, and whether or not you're in agreement with those comments.
Okay.
Thank you.
So yeah, so this is just a car detailing, interior, exterior, detailing cars, window tinting, so on and so forth. Number one on the criteria, the building structure or use is specifically authorized by the use matrix S190-15, table 15-1. Yes, we believe this auto spot business would be likely fall under car care center, which is eligible for approval with a conditional use permit. If completed, the development is its proposed location will comply with all requirements of this article and will, with specific conditions or standards established in the chapter for a particular building structure or use. The proposed use will operate entirely within the existing commercial unit with no structural changes needed to the building or surrounding units. The business will comply with all applicable city building, fire, health, occupancy, and licensing requirements. Number 3, the building structure or use will not materially endanger the public health or safety. The proposed auto detailing business with window tinting and possibly car wraps will be low impact and low traffic use in this space. This type of business will only serve a couple vehicles per day. Car or truck tinting wraps take typically a day to do. Generally, these types of businesses are very clean and economical. The building structure or use will not substantially devalue abutting properties. The proposed use expected to enhance the professional appearance and occupancy of the building. The building's currently, when I built the building in 2008, I believe, it was constructed as contractor bays. So you could, as long as you were a contractor, but this falls on somewhat of a service level. So when I went to City Hall, an additional note I should make is he's allowed to do mobile detailing. In other words, if he has a trailer there and wants to park the trailer on property, leave from the property, store all his stuff there, leave from the property and do car detailing, he's allowed to do that, but he's not allowed to detail them on the property under the condition, under the current use. The building structure will not substantially devalue abutting property. Again, the proposed use is expected to enhance the professional appearance and occupancy of the building, probably more than contractor bays would. No nuisance activity is anticipated. The building's structure or use will be compatible with the neighborhood and with adjoining or abutting uses in the area in which it is located. This site is surrounded by similar businesses. To the north is the McDonald's restaurant. To the west, our immediate butter is Nashua Lumber. To the south, our immediate butter is a commercial building currently occupied by an HVAC contractor. Further to the south on Marshall Street, on the corner of Marshall and Keogh Ave, there's multiple car repair business and scrap parts places. I don't know exactly what they do, but they have a ton of stuff over there. And on Keogh Ave, a little bit further up, there's also a repair shop that's changed names over the course of time. But our proposed auto spa is much cleaner, less traffic, no junk cars, and it's also more quiet and professional. The building structure use will have will not have a substantial adverse impact on highway or pedestrian safety. Again, customers will be by appointment only, so they'll drop off their vehicle, have the work done, and come back at the end of the day to pick it up. The building structure or use will not have a substantial adverse impact on the natural and environmental resources of the city. Again, operating within the confines of the building, we do not manufacture anything with this business. There's no emissions, there's no outdoor storage or environmental disturbance. Adequate public utilities and community facilities are available to the property to ensure that the proposed use will not necessitate excessive public expenditure in providing public services. This is a relatively simple business. It's already served by public water and sewer and power. And the use of on-street parking in the downtown zoning districts is consistent and compatible with the existing use of on-street parking in the area. The proposed business will utilize the existing parking on our site. We don't anticipate needing any off-site parking. So that's kind of the overview. If you have any questions.
All right, thank you. Have you had an opportunity to review the engineering letter from last week, June 30th?
No, I have not.
I can give a quick overview, but we have the city engineer right
Sure,
here if you
I'll
would-
do a quick
all right.
summary. So, Joe Mandola from DPW Engineering issued a letter. His comments were as follows. Sewer permits required for the change in use, that's more of a documentation thing. Traffic impact report to be submitted. Alternatively, the applicant can send a memo to engineering detailing reasons why a traffic impact report is not needed. You've testified to some of that already. Applicant in consultation with engineering to confirm that all on-site catch basins tie into the city's separated drainage system, not the sewer system. I know there's one in your parking lot. We just didn't have record if that was connected, where that was connected into. I mean, you don't have to answer it now. I'm just saying we'll have to address that to the satisfaction before engineering signs off on it. And then we had a question, this may be more for staff, but it's our understanding that the proposed use category is car care center, use number 44 on the table in the ordinance, and then you'll be doing auto detailing, window tint work. Our question, or Joe's question was, however, if approved, and other activities, you know, some other tenant wanted to do other things in that category, such as mechanical work or car wash, that sort of thing, would they have to return to the board? Maybe that's more of a question for staff than it is for the applicant, but it was a concern that was noted by Joe.
Yeah, if that's, let me go through the use table just
Okay.
a moment
Yep.
and pull up his comments. The bulk of that concern, though, is associated with the fact that the overall use category may include car care. You're
yeah.
concerned about spill of oil that wouldn't necessarily be associated with detailing, but could as service.
Yeah, and traffic-related issues and that sort of thing, you know, as testified, it's gonna be a very low traffic generator here, but if it turned into a car wash, which is also in that table, then it would be a much different situation. That's the concern. Would they have to return to the board?
They, not necessarily, however, that would still necessitate a change of use, which would go through the admin review process, in which case there would still be an application that comes through us. We'd have the opportunity to review it. Engineering would have the opportunity to comment. We could kick it to the board if we felt so inclined, but typically, if it's a permitted use, it can proceed, but if it's still under the conditional use permit category, it would need to come back to the
All
board.
right, well, for that one, I'm satisfied with that there's a mechanism for review, so, subsequent review.
Okay. And then I think the other items, the first three, you can certainly reach out to Public Works and they can kind of guide you through that process, what additional supplemental information may be required.
Yeah.
So all told, in my opinion, I think it's fairly straightforward. It's nothing that we wouldn't ask for on a similar type of application. So, but other than that, the only other question I had was, do you have a set hours of operation? And I apologize if I missed that earlier.
Yeah, absolutely. So our operator hours are going to be from 8 a.m. to 8 p.m. That's what we have set for.
Okay. All right. Alderman, yes, please.
Thank you. In my past life, I actually was the business manager for a custom car shop in Las Vegas, so very familiar with the work that you'll be doing and the delineation between an actual car shop versus a car care center. So just one clarification that maybe will answer some of the questions previously. Will you have any auto lifts in there?
No, absolutely not.
Perfect. So no auto lifts mean no oil changes, nothing like that. Awesome. Thank you so much. I wish
Nothing
you luck.
mechanical.
No? Okay. Thank you.
Appreciate your insight, Alderman Maury. So, other questions from the board? All right.
I'm just gonna provide him a copy of the letter.
Oh, certainly. Thank
So
you, Dan.
With Joe, it has Joe's contact info, so it'll be.
Yeah, well, I
we'll reach out to him.
Well, thank you for your testimony. We will open this up to the public. Any members of the public here to speak in opposition or with concern to this application? Certainly, sir. Come right up. And just introduce yourself, if you could. State your name and address for the record, please.
Yeah, I'm Gary Sinclair. I own 19 Marshall Street, right on the side of this building. I don't think this should be approved. There's way too much traffic as far as to get that, where BB Rubber used to be, all of those cars over there. I constantly after him to, park because he has also a kind of a construction thing. He parks his trailers, his trucks on my property. I confront him about them, they pull them out, they say, oh, that's my subcontractor. So it's a constant thing of taking care of the vehicles that we already got there and adding more vehicles. He doesn't have any land to do all of this, as far as all of the cars and all of the traffic he has coming in from his painting business and things. And then the other thing is, in the wintertime, I try to get him to stop pushing snow, and he pushes snow right up against my building and buries my gas meter every year. I talk to him all the time about it. There's no place to put the snow, there's no place to put anything, and he's constantly he only goes pretty much up to his driveway. I have pictures of the amount of snow and all the snow up against my gas meter on my building, and I think it's just gonna bring in more, 1 or 2 cars, 3 cars a day. It's still more traffic. Where are you gonna put it, not traffic, but places to put all these extra vehicles, and having already what he has, I think it's just, shouldn't be passed, but.
Okay. Thank you for your testimony. Other members of the public that wish to speak in opposition or with concern to this application? Seeing none. Any members of the public that wish to speak in favor of this application? Seeing none. I would like to give the applicant an opportunity to respond.
Thank you. Kevin Corvo from 17 Marshall LLC. So I think I've addressed the traffic. I mean, 1 or 2 cars per day. You currently have at 22 Marshall Street across the street, they built 152 unit development. I built my building on Marshall Street when there was nothing, when there was BB rubber across the street. I actually rented a building from Mr. Sinclair, which is where the falling out occurred. But I guess the other thing I want to address is the parking. And I think currently he has an HVAC business in his building. They pull into my driveway and cut across into his property to park their cars. Again, I don't make a big deal. I don't see an issue with that. I think it's just, his property is so small. They pull onto my property to pull into his. And I also think it's a little bit ironic that he's here in opposition tonight, because at 19 Marshall Street for 2 years, there was a car detailing business that he rented to there. So I'd never received a notice from the planning board. So it's my understanding that he rented to somebody operating a car detailing business for 2 years without going through the proper channels. So I think it's just a little bit ironic that he's here speaking in opposition when he didn't go through the proper channels himself. That's it.
All right, well, thank you. Throw it back to staff one more time. All right. Seeing no further questions, this time we're going to close the public hearing, enter our public meeting, and begin our deliberation. I think they, personally, I think they satisfied the criteria. Obviously, there's a little cleanup work to do with engineering, but that's not uncommon. Quick glance, at least on the parking, and it's certainly not under this board's purview to try to resolve all neighbor disputes, but it looks like at least 8 defined marked parking spaces on the property currently, plus the bays that could be utilized. So I would, my layman's opinion would tell me that would be sufficient to be able to accommodate this. Again, I can't address any other issues with respect to snow, but at least with what this board is charged with determining, it's really a matter of does the board feel that they've satisfied the CUP criteria. So I'll kind of stop there, and see if there's other input. Mr. Green, please.
Yes, Mr. Chair, and one of the conditions is meeting all the comments in Joe Mandola's letter, which directly talks about traffic, so that has to be satisfied before they can have that use. So I'd be very comfortable with this use.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Green. Mr. McIntyre, please.
Yes, sir, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I toured the area just to see what it looked like, and it, to me, is not a major impact issue here at all. And that I'm actually encouraged. I always talk about the master plan, and you'll hear me say it again tonight when we get into some of the other areas, but encouraging small businesses to you know, thrive and continue is one of the parts of the master plan, so this fits that area nice too. So I hope they can solve their, you know, their neighborly problems, but other than that, I think everything looks good.
Thank you, Mr. McIntyre. Other thoughts from the board? Okay. Seeing none, would any member of the board be so inclined to make a, oh, go ahead, Mr. Green.
Yes. I'd like to make a motion for new business A26-0134 conditional use approval to grant conditional use permit pursuant to 190-15, table 15-1, use number 140 to allow the establishment of an automotive detailing business in the industrial GI. In granting the CUP, we find the applicant has provided sufficient rationale in the CUP narrative dated June 24th, 2026, and meets the approval criteria detailed in 190-133-F, and that is conditional on the subsequent conditions in the staff report, that prior to issuing building permits, that all comments in the memo from Joe Mandola dated July 30th, 2026 will be resolved to the satisfaction of the Division of Public Works.
All right, thank you. Motion by Mr. Green. Is there a second? Second by Alderman Morgan. Any further discussion? All those in favor? Aye. Motion passes unanimously. Before we take the next case on the agenda, which is going to be the case at 44 Simon Street, we are going to have two board member recusals, myself and Mr. Leclerc. That still leaves us with 5, so we still have a quorum. Mr. Varley, we've taken over the chair duties. All right. Well, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Ballinger. Okay, so as Mr. Ballinger indicated, we have next up new business site plans, case A26-0133, Community Council of Nashua, New Hampshire, and again, this is located at 44 Simon Street. Has any member of the board had an opportunity to review this application and determine whether it is complete and ready for the board to accept jurisdiction? Mr. Green.
Yes. I would like to make a motion for A26-0133 that the application is complete and ready to take jurisdiction.
Thank you. So that motion by Mr. Green is the application is complete and ready for the board to accept jurisdiction. Is there a second? Second. Okay, and any further discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Motion passes.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. My name is Jim Petropoulos. I'm a professional engineer with IMEG Corp. Doing business at 3 Congress Street here in Nashua, New Hampshire. Tonight, proudly representing Greater Nashua Mental Health, the Chief Operating Officer, Maureen Ryan, is with us this evening in the crowd in case any questions come up that I can't answer. As just read into the record, we're here seeking a site plan approval for a proposed medical office building to be located on map E, lot 2247. What I'd like to do is present the facts of our project and then answer any questions you or the public may have. Let me get you located here. We've got the aerial up on the screen. 44 Simon Street is our address. It is a 6.7 acre property zoned park industrial. And you can see how we're abutted, really abutted by commercial properties, industrial properties to the north, to the west, across Simon Street. And of course, Mine Falls Park abuts our property to the east. As background, this parcel was once part of the larger lot to the north, and I think it was a Teradyne project way back in the 80s, a full campus. And this was primarily used for parking, as you can see on the aerial. In 2017, the northerly property was downsized, and the building was reduced, and so that this parking became unnecessary, and in 2007, we subdivided to create this lot, which contains currently about 617 parking spaces. That's the lot we're discussing here this evening. Furthermore, you may recall in 2023, we appeared here before you with a different client and permitted a 72,000 square foot industrial flex building on this site. That particular project did not move forward. And in 2025, Greater Nashville Mental Health purchased this site. Greater Nashville Mental Health, as you know, is a nonprofit, state-designated community health center servicing 9 Greater Nashville and 9 surrounding communities. Their programs are really too numerous to list here this evening. They currently operate under 6 different roofs in Nashua, and their goal is to consolidate a number of those into this centrally located facility. Of course, due to the tragedy that occurred on their Amber Street location earlier this year, they're under even more pressure to get this site constructed. Okay, the property itself at the end of Simon Street, you can see fully parked. It's got 2 curb cuts onto Simon Street. It's a flat site, full utilities out in the street. There is public sewer and public drain lines that run through the property. If you go back, Connor, one, sorry. Yep. From Simon Street, the city sewer line runs through the property to the north. And there's a drain line from Simon Street that runs in, turns a 90, and then heads out towards the canal. Okay, next one, Connor, thank you. So what's being proposed here this evening is to redevelop the property by eliminating the large parking area and constructing a partial 3-story, 98,000 square foot medical office building with accompanying site improvements. The building itself will contain admin offices, employee cubicles, meeting rooms, waiting areas, common spaces, treatment rooms, typical of a medical office facility. No overnight patient stays here. This is outpatient service only. At full build out, Greater Nashville would potentially have 300 employees, and they see about 200 visitors a day, and that's over normal business hours, 8 a.m. to 6 p.m. Couple elements about the site plan. We're still keeping 2 curb cuts off of Simon Street. The first one will kind of serve as the main entry. It accesses the visitor parking to the west, employee parking to the north, and a small parking area to the south part of the site. There's a patient drop-off in the front if needed. The second curb cut at Simon Street really services a small 37-space parking lot. We have 404 parking spaces proposed on the development. Open space is 20% required. There's 25% now. We're adding open space. We're up to 33% open space. Lighting and landscaping, anytime you redevelop a site, all new lighting and landscaping. Landscape really, as I'll show you in a minute, it's a very attractive building. The landscape should complement that. There is a special area to the east side of the building for outdoor seating, for staff, for patients. There's a couple of other outdoor amenities in that grassed area that's out there. And if you were to review the landscape plan, you'd see it's quite attractive. We do propose a connection to Mine Falls Park. Exactly what type, shape, location is yet to be determined. It could be as simple as a walking path, but we don't see a whole lot of trees coming down for that. Stormwater, as you know, under your 190-115 regulation for redevelopment sites, you're really looking for us to improve what's out there right now. What's out there right now is not that good. It's a full parking lot that just discharges into the canal. We're going to introduce curbing at catch basins, 3 subsurface stormwater practices that really would look to provide both qualitative and quantitative treatment of stormwater. A net result at the end, much less flow get into the canal, and qualitative treatment where none currently exists. Traffic study, full traffic study was submitted to staff. Looked at Simon Street. Simon Street over the years, if you know the history of that park, has been very active. It has been very quiet. And of course, it serves as kind of a main parking area on weekends and things for soccer. So it's a very unique street with its intersection on Ledge and also West Hollis. Those intersections have been studied. Site distance is good for our driveways. There's good capacity available still at those 2 intersections. Being a nonprofit, they're afforded, nonprofits here in Nashua are certainly afforded relief on development, but the folks at Greater Nashua Mental Health felt that they would have an impact, and they were asked to contribute voluntarily to the East-West Hollis Street Corridor Fund, and they've committed to and agreed to an amount satisfactory to DPW, so they recognize there's more traffic than a dead parking lot, but they're certainly willing to pay their fair share. Mr. Chairman, we've got 2 waivers this evening. The first is your typical waiver of not having to survey 1,000 feet around the site. I can go into my letter in detail, but for the sake of time, I'll just say that the survey content that you need to make a decision on this site is really located on the property. We also have an architectural waiver. Connor, if you go to the elevations in the back, please. Very attractive building that they're proposing. Again, partial 2-story, 3-story, flat roof, fixed glass windows, architectural metal panels, stone exterior, very neutral color scheme, but a very, very attractive building. There's a couple standards in your regulations we don't comply with: facade projections, overhang roof eaves, because we've got a flat roof, building materials, and the customer entrance, according to the code, needs to face Simon Street. It actually faces to the west. My testimony this evening, Mr. Chairman, is that your code really promotes a good architecture and good buildings, and that's really what our client is providing here. I'm going to summarize by hoping that we can start construction this fall. We believe our application and plans conform to your regulations. The conditions of approval that are outlined in the staff report are acceptable to our client. And I thank you for your time this evening, and I'm happy to answer questions.
Thank you very much for that presentation. Just the only question I have is, are there any other sort of meaningful approvals or conditions that you anticipate that you would need other than the approval for tonight before you could, be constructed? Like, is there a capital campaign or something, or is there? I don't anticipate there be any state level approvals, but.
Yeah, we have state permits for site development, as you know, that
Right.
we're obligated to obtain. I think we'll be successful there. By everything I've heard, they're anxious to move forward. As I said, losing the Emmer Street site has put a crimp into them. They're searching for space right now. And I think they've landed on Pine Street Extension or Pine Street, but it's my understanding they're very interested in getting this off and running.
Sure, thank you. Other questions from the board? Alderman Morgan?
Thank you. And maybe this question is for you or for staff. UPS is on Whipple Street, which is just on the backside of this property, but would share the same intersection at Simon and Ledge Street, and then obviously going off into the highway. Their peak hours are obviously in the morning when all the trucks are leaving. You can see the brown line. coming out about 8:30 a.m. And then in the evening while they return, starting between 4 p.m. and up until 6 p.m. So has there been any conversation with them if this would affect them at all, and/or in the evenings on the return?
Staff has had no such conversations with UPS.
Okay. But would it have been addressed in the traffic study?
I'll defer to Engineer Hudson.
Okay.
Yeah, so the way this, of course, we have not talked to UPS, nor do we need to. Our traffic consultant put counters out, counted cars at the Ledge Street Highway exit and Simon Street, as well as Simon Street and West Howell Street intersection, so they had actual counts. And so the UPS traffic would have been baked into there. And then they anticipate trips from this particular use and do their math, and they concluded that there's adequate capacity to those intersections. Yeah.
Mr. Chairman.
Sorry, just before, Mr. Hudson, did you want to add anything to that, or?
Yeah, I would just echo what was stated, and also that this could be symbiotic in the sense that if UPS trucks are leaving and other people are coming in, then they're not all going in the same direction at the same time. So maybe the time of day pattern is beneficial in that regard. UPS is leaving, employees are coming in, employees are leaving. At the end of the day, UPS is coming in. So from that standpoint, perhaps that helps versus a situation where they're all doing the same thing.
It does. And just one clarifying question, if I may, Mr. Chair. You had mentioned 200 people per day, approximately. On our comment 10, it says the proposed use is expected to generate 250 vehicles per hour. I'm assuming that is not the case.
During the peak hour.
Okay.
Yeah, it's that, whatever it's 3 to 4, whatever that peak is. It could be the AM peak as well. It could be 8 to 9 when employees are getting there, or it could be 5 to 6 when employees are leaving. So it's not 250 every hour. It's during that AM or PM peak hour.
Great, thank you for the clarification.
Mr. McIntyre?
Yeah, this is a minor point. Just want to ask the staff. Mr. Petropoulos did a nice job of getting through the roof and the orientation of the door entryway very quickly. So I just want to know, do you agree with that? It's okay, no problem, it doesn't violate your master plan view of a building?
I would say they're fairly common waiver requests that we receive for buildings. This isn't on a major, a driven road, thoroughfare in that regard. We're worried about the specific qualities of the building. This would, there just to serve the folks that attend. There's not going to be a lot of through traffic, and so staff is confident and recommends approval for the waiver.
Okay.
If I may add, the 2007 code was really written for a retail building. And at the last minute, they erased the word retail, and now it applies to every building. So you can't ask for 3 planes of a pitched roof on a medical office building that has a flat roof. So it forces us to ask for particular waivers. So it's a good question. I hope they change that section of the code. Sam?
Well, since Mr. Petropoulos gave me that little segue, I will add that under the new code, what has been proposed would not run contrary to form standards, and this waiver would no longer be required. And I would say that the new code is far more reflective of the master plan goals than our current code.
There you go.
Other questions for Mr. Petropoulos? Seeing none. So now. Okay, I would now open it up to testimony from the public. Is there anyone in the audience who wishes to speak in opposition to this plan? Is there anyone in the audience who wishes to speak in favor of the plan? Staff, do we have anybody on Zoom?
Let me check.
We're having technical difficulties with the
Okay.
mouse.
All right. while we're waiting for that, did any member of the board have any further questions that have come up in the few moments between Mr. McIntyre?
Not a question, just a comment. It's in jest, but I just thought it would be worth saying anyway. To the community council, I want to thank you very much, one, for your work, but also for this new building. I think, in my opinion, you know, because I go to all the sites to see them, I think you're going to be ridding Nashua of one of the ugliest parking lots in the city. So I really appreciate that, and hope you enjoy your new building.
Have we been able to confirm?
No one on Zoom for
No one
this
on Zoom.
case.
Great. Okay, in that case, I will go ahead and close the public hearing, and the board will move into its deliberations. Mr. McIntyre, I would echo your thoughts there. As Mr. Petropoulos indicated, as the sort of, you would hope with redevelopment, you're improving the site. I think they're certainly making substantial improvements to this site. And also, I think this is an organization that serves a really, really critical role for the local and sort of greater community. So I'm very much favorably disposed to this project, but would welcome comments from other board members. And if there are no comments, I would consider a motion. I would just remind the motion maker that we do need to have a separate motion first on the two waiver requests, and then after that, a motion on the final site plan approval. Mr. Green?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to make a motion for new business A26-0133. First, to grant the following waivers: 190-279EE to waive the requirement to show existing conditions on adjacent parcels, and 190-172 to waive certain architectural requirements for non-residential buildings. We're utilizing the criteria from the RSA 674-362N and RSA 674-44-3E and 190-148.d, that strict conformity would pose unnecessary hardship and would not be contrary to the spirit and intent of the regulations, and the specific circumstances will properly carry out the spirit and intent of the regulations, considering the rationale provided by the applicant, dated June 25th, 2026.
Thank you. So we have that motion from Mr. Green to approve the two waiver requests. Is there a second to that motion? Second by Mr. McIntyre. Is there any further discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. That motion passes unanimously. Mr. Green, would you like to continue and make that a approval motion?
Yes, Mr. Chair. I'd like to make another motion for new business A26-0133 to grant final site plan approval for the three-story, 97,000 square foot medical office building with associated site improvements at 44 Simon Street, finding that the applicant meets the requirements outlined in NRO 190-146D and subject to the subsequent conditions A through M in the staff report.
Thank you again, Mr. Green. So we have that motion to grant final site plan approval. Is there a second to that motion? Again, second by Mr. McIntyre. Is there any further discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
And that motion passes unanimously.
Thank you.
Thank you. So we're going to take just a 2-minute break here, just to allow the members who had previously recused themselves to come back up to the stage here. And then I think, Sam, I think we're moving on to RV Farms, correct?
Yes.
So I know Mr. Bollinger needs to remain recused for this next case, and then I also need to recuse myself from this next case. So I'm going to leave the stage, and I'm going to hand the chair duties to Mr. Green.
Thank you.
So I will, give me one moment here. I will be out of your way.
The pecking order for the new guy is very low.
Yeah.
Yeah. If there's anybody out there that wants to be chairing the meeting before me, they're probably due the curve. do the coup right now.
Thank you very much. All right. So the next case we're going to see is that 11 Tara Boulevard. Has anyone from the board had a chance to review the staff report and make a recommendation? Scott McClure?
I'll make a motion that this application is ready for the board to take jurisdiction.
And any seconds? Second
Yes.
from Mr. McIntyre. And we will open the public hearing, bring up the applicant. Please come up and say your name.
Just make myself comfortable. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Members of the board, my name is John Weaver. I'm an attorney with McLean Middleton at 900 Elm Street in Manchester. I am here tonight on behalf of my clients, ARBI Farms LLC and Delaware North, along with several members of the companies and their development team. The applicant tonight seeks site plan review and a conditional use permit for the redevelopment of 11 Tara Boulevard, currently a Sheraton hotel. The Sheraton has 337 guest rooms and approximately 29,615 square feet of meeting and function space, along with a restaurant. As you know, we first appeared before this board at the April 2nd meeting. At that time, we discussed the proposed development. It's 2 phases. First phase would add 65,900 square feet of gaming floor. There also would be 293,479 square feet for a parking garage, and the total parking would be 1,275 spaces. Phase 2 would add another 26,960 square feet of gaming floor, 187,399 square feet of parking garage, so that at full build-out between Phase 1 and Phase 2, a total of 92,860 square feet of gaming floor, 480,878 square feet of parking garage, 1,000 games, and 1,700 parking spaces would be added. At that meeting, we addressed the requirements for site plan approval and the conditional use permit, renovation of the hotel, which will bring over $100 million investment in the property, the waivers we requested, gaming operations, the architectural design, fire safety access, public safety, stormwater management, economic benefits of the development, and the $20+ million that the Gate City Casino has contributed to local charities over the last few years. At that time, the board expressed satisfaction with how we addressed all those topics. We also began discussing traffic at that meeting, but we had not fully vetted our traffic study or the necessary traffic mitigation measures. As a result, that hearing was continued to allow the applicant to work with the city's traffic engineers to finish the traffic study, which leads us to the hearing tonight. And if I can be frank, the applicant really wanted approval at the April meeting and pushed for it. However, the city's traffic engineers and third-party traffic reviewer appropriately held their feet to the fire. And we've been meeting with them and in communication with them since December. We've had a lot of back and forth with them over the last 4 months. And the result, honestly, is a much better traffic design. It's better for the applicant, it's better for the guests to the applicant's property, and it's better for the city. So we understand that the primary purpose of the hearing tonight is to discuss traffic and explain to the board how we plan to mitigate the traffic generated by the proposal. However, we have also seen some of the concerns raised by members of the community, and we want to take this opportunity to address those here. As we understand the communications that the board has received, those concerns primarily relate to 1, property values, 2, character of the neighborhood, 3, public safety, 4, stormwater management and wetland preservation, and then 5, traffic. I'm going to address a few of those, and then some of my colleagues from the development team will step in to address some of the more technical matters where you really don't want to talk to a lawyer. So to begin with, to start with property values, we have submitted a number of materials demonstrating how casinos have historically not devalued the property surrounding them, including right here in Nashua. The current proposal for this property is not to create a brand new casino. Rather, it's to move the existing Gate City Casino from its present location at 55 Northeastern Boulevard in Nashua to the Sheraton property. Gate City has operated at 55 Northeastern for over a decade, and the surrounding properties have appreciated in value during that time. We anticipate the same thing will happen when it moves to 11 Tara Boulevard. With regard to the character of the neighborhood, As you can see from the picture on the slide, this is a commercial area characterized by hotels and office buildings. The proposed development is a natural evolution of the hotel here. The area around 55 Northeastern Boulevard, the current location of Gate City Casino, has numerous businesses as well, including Milliard Bank, Ameriprise Financial Services, Paisner Dental Associates, and several educational and childcare facilities like New Edge STEM Academy and the Launching Pad. Gate City Casino has been compatible with that area for years. That area also includes residences right across the street. They abut the property, and the operation has fit into that neighborhood during those years. I also want to address the concern about the wetlands on the property. We originally submitted the site plan without a stamp from a wetland scientist and requested a waiver from that. That was because the distance between the delineated wetlands and the proposed improvements, we quite frankly didn't think that the wetland scientist's signature was necessary. However, given the concerns that were raised by members of the public, we have had a wetland scientist confirm the delineation of wetlands at the property and sign the plans, and that signed plan was submitted earlier this week. Moving on to public safety, the general manager of Gate City Casino, Ernie DeLaverson, is here and will address how the facility protects public safety and how the current operations will translate to 11 Terra Boulevard. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, staff, nice to see you again and nice to be back here. Thank you for taking the time. My name's Ernie DeLaverson, General Manager of Gate City Casino and the Sheraton Hotel, 11 Terra Boulevard, Nashua, New Hampshire. As Mr. Weaver reiterated the size and scope of the operation, I won't go over that again, but there have been some safety concerns that were brought up, and I'd like to address some of those. From public safety, our current Gate City Casino, so I could frame this, on 55 Northeastern Boulevard, houses about 450 gaming machines, 18 tables, a restaurant, and we share about 500 parking spaces with 2 other businesses. Calls for service for that area. For some statistical data to kind of give you some color of what this looks like. The city of Nashua will receive about 80,000 calls of service, 80,000 calls for service in a given year. We make up about 80 of those calls. In comparison, there's a neighboring filling station or gas station right down the street that also receives about 80 calls a year. On high volume days, that's one of the concerns that came up is what do you do on big promotional days or high volume days? Once a quarter, we'll have a large promotion, just for example, a car giveaway. That car giveaway will bring a lot of patrons to come through here. And we'll have about 450 machines, about 300 of those would be occupied during that event. Although our maximum occupancy for that actual gaming area is 1,920, that's the volume that we see there. Our average passenger count is about 1.2 to 1.4 passengers per vehicle, not in a literal sense, but after you divide it up. Most importantly, on the security piece of everything, right now we partake in something called extra duty. That's where we put out overtime shifts for Nashua or fellow police officials. And we'll give about 104 extra duty shifts per year with our very own Nashua PD. And furthermore that, when we move to 11 Terra Boulevard, we plan on expanding that piece of extra duty shifts, which is overtime for local law enforcement or Nashua PD. And we are looking to partner with them for a police substation. As you know that we already have a fire department right up the street from us, we're willing to work with Nashua PD to put in a substation right on our facility as well. Those are my statements. Thank you for the opportunity. I'd like to bring up Seth Anderson from our Kimley Horn Engineering Department. Thank you.
Good evening. Thank you. And thanks, Ernie. For the record, my name is Seth Anderson, professional engineer with Kimley Horn for 11 Tower Boulevard, Nashua, New Hampshire. Since there were some concerns from the public regarding stormwater, I'll be providing a quick recap on stormwater. We've been working with both the city and the state since March to ensure the plans conform to all relevant regulations. Looking at the site, it slopes generally from north to south towards the existing pond on the south side. The proposed development will maintain these flow patterns and is going to be located in what is largely an existing paved area. As part of this development, we have 3 new treatment facilities proposed. They are shown in smaller blue. Apologies for the smallness of them, but there's going to be 2 cascade units which filter stormwater, as well as a jellyfish filter as well, which also filter and clean the water from the proposed development. The larger blue rectangle on the south side of the site is a proposed underground detention facility, and that helps hold and slow down stormwater flows from the site. And as a result of this, we're actually going to be having cleaner water discharging from this property and actually be reducing the amount of stormwater at peak times, or those peak stormwater events as well. So both good things. Next slide, please. Jumping into some details, the AOT plans were just resubmitted to the state yesterday for their second review. This had addressed all of their remaining comments, which were largely administrative in nature, such as adding notes and details. There were three larger comments which we have addressed since the last hearing, which were also reflected in some of the public comments that I wanted to highlight. The first is show compliance to the city show compliance with the city's open space requirements. In this zone, the city requires a 20% open space on the site. Our site far exceeds that. We're at 40% open space with that pond and existing tree area in the north, so far exceeding that. Number 2, show infiltration is not feasible on the site. SW Cole, the geotechnical engineer, provided a updated report which verifies that there's both high ledge on the site and high groundwater. Where we're proposing our underground detention facility, there's actually water half a foot below the bottom of the facility, so infiltration is not feasible on the site. And the third comment that I wanted to give a quick overview on is provide a wetland delineation. John reiterated this earlier, but we did get a certified wetland scientist out to determine the limits of the wetlands, and that has been provided to both the city and the state, showing compliance. Looking forward to next steps. Upon approval of the AOT permit, we will be filing a SWIP and NOI prior to the start of construction. And now I'll pass it to Bill with Kimley Horn to talk about traffic.
Thank you, Seth. For the record, Bill Scully with Kimley Horn and Associates with our offices in Waltham, Massachusetts. As John said earlier, we've done a lot of work since our April meeting when we had come here. We've been working pretty diligently and closely with city staff and the peer review consultant. We've submitted a number of responses to comments. We've refined the concepts and updated the traffic documentation. So tonight, I'd like to focus primarily on the proposed mitigation plan. I think that's probably one thing we sort of outlined at the April meeting, but hadn't gotten through, as John said, vetting it through city staff at that time. And can you go to the next slide, Sam? So just to refresh everyone's memory, this is just an aerial showing the study area that we looked at for the project. We went from Oracle Drive down to Daniel Webster Highway along Spitbrook, and then the Tara Boulevard intersections, and And all of that also included the Route 3 interchange. The yellow oval is really showing where our primary impacts are focused for the project. Much of our development traffic is going to be oriented to the Route 3 highway, whether it's north or south, but to the highway. And with that, that became a focus of our mitigation for roadway improvements. The analysis that we've ended up with, I would say, is pretty conservative in terms of being high on peak volumes, peak months, the peak hours, and the mitigation plan is really based on what I would call pretty closely to a worst-case condition, which means if we've solved that problem, then the off-peak times, or if the volumes are actually a lot lower than this worst case, then the traffic flow will be even better than what we've determined it will be. Next slide, Sam. So this slide just outlines some of the proposed mitigation. On the left side, I'm not going to go through the detail because I'm going to show you diagrams of it, but those are the roadway modification actions. On the right side of the slide, those are what I would term sort of non-roadway, non-major types of actions that will also be part of our mitigation program. So we'll include enhancing the transit stop near the casino and hotel and actually try to promote transit use to the casino and hotel. We'll have bike racks on site, again, to try to encourage, if it's workers coming, they have a place they can use alternate modes. And also have a good pedestrian connection from Tara Boulevard to the site. Most importantly, on that right side is at the bottom, you'll see Phase 1 post-opening traffic and parking monitoring studies. So as you've heard, the project is in two phases. Phase 1 really set to move forward for 2027, and then a few years later, Phase 2. And what we wanted to do was, at the conclusion of Phase 1, under operation for several months, get out there, let's restudy the intersections, take parking observations, and really, if we're right, we're high in terms of our conservative assessment, but let's see how the mitigation works. Let's see if anything else has to be done for Phase 2. So the Phase 1 monitoring is an important part of the mitigation program. Next slide, Sam. This slide just shows location of the improvements. So on the left side is Tara Boulevard, and then we come down and then run along Spitbrook Road all the way up through the interchange. Next slide, Sam. So the next several slides are going to show the conceptual drawings. The shaded areas show areas of proposed widening to add either travel lane or add pavement to accommodate a new travel lane. This is the Tara Boulevard at Spitbrook intersection, and you see the shade there. We're rebuilding basically the right turn lane that exists today, moving it out to the west so we can accommodate another turn lane coming out of Tara Boulevard to turn left. As I said, most of our traffic, almost 90%, is going to be oriented towards the interchange. So at this intersection, we're proposing 3 left turn lanes, a through lane to get onto Villa Way, and then the right turn lane. Next slide, Sam. This is from, the next 2 slides are really Spitbrook Road. On the top, that's leaving Tara Boulevard and Villa Way, and on the south side of Spitbrook, we would, which is currently 2 lanes, 2 travel lanes, we would widen to the south to finish that 3rd lane all the way down to Brook Village Road. So that's, at the top is Villa Way, the bottom is continuing. We couldn't show the whole thing on one slide or you wouldn't be able to tell anything. But we marry into where on Spitbrook in the eastbound direction, you currently have 3 lanes. So then we would have a complete 3-lane section along that stretch. We would rebuild the sidewalk on the south side, and with the work at Tara Boulevard and Spitbrook, we would have to redo the traffic signal at that location. Next slide. And this is just sort of finishing up that Spitbrook widening as we come into Brook Village Road and the southbound on-ramp to Route 3. We add another lane on the south side to provide additional right turn capacity. So at the on-ramp to southbound Route 3, we would actually be allowing and accommodating two right turn lanes onto the southbound ramp. Next slide. And this is the northbound off-ramp from Route 3. As part of the mitigation plan, we are proposing to add a second left turn lane coming off the ramp, which in some respects it's probably needed now, or certainly would help now. This has been reviewed conceptually with New Hampshire DOT, and at this point they've looked favorably on it. It's all widening in that grass strip, if you're familiar with coming off on the ramp. It doesn't need much of anything once you get down to Spitbrook in terms of accommodating that double left. Next slide, Sam. In total, we're looking at about $5 million of roadway reconstruction. Some of that improvement really could be done now to accommodate current volumes, as well as it is going to serve future volumes regardless of our project. As part of our analysis, we have projected outgrowth, either site-specific projects within our influence area or background growth. The effect of the mitigation is we fully mitigate our own impact. We bring the intersection operating conditions back down to the no-build level, or we, in some cases, are actually better than the future no-build without the project. And lastly, I think I already said it, the mitigation, we see the benefits of the mitigation as something positive for the public as well as accommodating the project. Next slide, that might be, oh yeah. So, Sam, do you see a start button? Bottom left? Is this this is the PowerPoint, right?
It is the PowerPoint.
Yeah, so on the left corner, underneath the photo, there should be a, what we're just gonna show, as we were working through discussions with Dan and Wayne and the peer review consultant, they really wanted to see some simulation. So we've looked at the PM peak hour as it's the worst hour, most critical hour on the public roadway system. And so we developed simulation just to assess what are things looking like without the project, what do they look like with the proposed mitigation. And I'd say it has helped in looking at this. So if the simulation may not be perfect, but it led us to, a month ago, we didn't think we were going to have to do that double right turn lane onto the southbound ramp. The simulation helped us make that decision. And what you're seeing right now is the no-build mitigations. No-build, this is no-build, phase one no-build, right. So it's no mitigation, no project. And you can see on Spitbrook, it really backs up between Brook Village and it goes up towards Tara Boulevard. I don't know if it finished the simulation. If you're at the end, you can see on Tara Boulevard some of the queuing. Yeah, if you can run it again, Sam, maybe. It goes fast, but it does take a few seconds. Maybe, oh, there you go. So this is now, this is the with the project, phase one, and mitigation. So now we've made the improvements to Tara Boulevard, we've made the improvements to Spitbrook. You can see we're processing all the vehicles pretty well off of Tara Boulevard. The queuing and everything on Spitbrook actually looks, is less than under the no-build condition. With that second turn lane at the southbound on-ramp, where we're projecting about a little over 55% of the site traffic to be oriented to and from the south, they're able to make that maneuver much easier. And with that double, if you can do that, then it frees up the traffic flow on the eastbound side of Spitbrook. So we just wanted to show that. I mean, we've looked at about 1 million simulations over the last couple months, a lot of analysis, a lot of refinements, a lot of meeting time with staff, but it's all worked out pretty well. Next slide, Sam. And I don't want to leave Sam out of he was involved in the meetings as well, not just DPW and traffic. Thank you, be happy to answer any questions. I'm going to turn it back to John, I think.
Bill really took what I was going to say. That concludes our prepared remarks. We are confident that we have satisfied the requirements for site plan approval and the conditional use permit, and that the proposed improvements to the Sheraton Hotel property will be a positive addition to Nashua, and that the Gate City Casino will continue to be a welcome part of the greater Nashua community at this location. We are happy to take questions from the board at this time, so thank you very much.
I'll kick it back to the board. Questions for the applicant? Go ahead, Alderman Morgan.
Thank you. Can we go back to the safety and the police substation just quickly? Thank you. So the city's broken down into sectors by our police department, and where this specific project would fall is in a sector that is mostly residential. There's only 2 police officers on duty within that sector at any given time. It also is where the mall property is, the other casino, et cetera. Given the fact that, yes, there's only 80 calls per year to the other casino, the question would be, would you be willing to increase that to 3 officers? I'll give you a scenario. It is November, December season, everyone's stuck in traffic, going to the mall, casino, whatever it may be. And if there's 1 accident, 2 police officers show up. And then you call in, all of a sudden now we're pulling from other parts of the city for officer to respond. And so regardless of the additional hours on site, if that's what it was, the question would be to support the salary of 1 additional police officer for that sector year round.
Absolutely, yes. Can you guys hear me okay?
Yeah.
All right, okay. I wasn't sure. But yeah, absolutely. And that's why we thought either one additional police officer, or even the substation, sometimes that presence is there during that time, or even that person could even be housed there.
Great, thank you.
Sure, my pleasure.
Mr. Chairman.
Yes, Mr. McIntyre.
I'd like to just take a second with a few comments and then ask the team to respond to them, okay? It's my opinion that, you made a reference about the existing casino, and that this is not a new casino per se. It's not an additional one, but this is not even close to the same situation. This is a 100,000 square foot gaming facility, a 400,000 square foot parking capability, a 20-year impact on a traffic area that already has LOS problems. And it's to me, I'm gonna ask the staff these questions later on about the traffic and stuff, because we're following the mitigation, and we're highly reliant upon their skill to offset anything that you might say. And again, that's just good practice, right? We need to have a advocate for the city to kind of filter through what you say, because I know you want this. But I'm not in agreement with you that this is a smaller, not, excuse me, smaller, a similar project, and it's go from pin A to pin B. This is a significant impact situation. So do you agree with me on that?
I welcome the discussion, and this is what this is for, and this is great. From account level, and let me explain the scope of the work as well. From account level is, say we have 450 gaming machines at the current facility. Phase one of the new one will go up to 700. That's not a substantial move right there. On 24, my apologies, we have about 18 table games, and that would be, we'll say blackjack. That's a table game. That's going up to 24. A large piece of this is 4 restaurants as well, and that takes up a lot of square feet. It'd be like Terra House Grill, what we have right now, a very large steakhouse with private dining, a huge sports bar, and like an Asian-style noodle bar as well. That does take up a lot of square footage. In my time here with the Sheraton, it is a beautiful property. It's been around for a long time. It has that tiered level of parking that goes down to where you have possibly about 600 parking spots, but it goes down a slope. So what we're going to do is build a parking garage. At 58, I could appreciate it. I don't like going up and down stairs as much as I used to, and I see some people struggling to go up the hill. So by a 5-story parking garage that's subset into the elevation with elevators and easy pathways and snow coverage, et cetera, it seems like it's more appropriate build for something like this.
May I?
Yes, sir.
So, I make this point a lot where I say that I'm new to the planning board, but I'm more a guy who likes to have this kind of back and forth first.
Yeah. And
then, of course, ask about whether or not we're meeting ordinances and spirit of the law and all that kind of stuff. But, one of the things, too, is I'm a man of percentages. And you're talking about raw numbers, so yeah, I heard that raw numbers, but there are still percentage increases that are significant. This is a significant project. That's all I'm trying to say. It's massive. I mean, your gaming facility, as an example, is 300% larger than the current facilities that you have in the meeting facilities at that building now. So it's going to be a totally different place when this is all done. Okay, and I think that the community knows that. You'll hear probably some people who are against it, people who are for it, and I'm very much aware of the impact and change of how our social services community is really relying upon this flow of income now, as opposed to the old days of how they did things, because everything changed when charitable gaming came into New Hampshire. It really helped them. I got it. But I want to stress that, that I'm holding back until we vote, but I'm also want to explain to you that I'm really in tune to the fact that this is a significant impact project. I don't know if it's appropriate to ask the staff now. Can I ask staff questions now, or do I wait until it's open? All right, so Sam knows this. I said this too. We're relying upon the professionals. These guys are degree professionals. This is what they do. So I saw a significant amount of back and forth, and Mr. Hudson too, on the beta report, about some of the assumptions and corrections and things like that. So long run up to the preamble that I just gave you, I'm sorry, are the mitigations suitable for something that's going to have a 20-year impact on that area?
There are others here that can speak to it in a higher level of detail than I can, but as you'll see in the staff reports, we have a memo from the senior traffic engineer, Wayne Husband, that essentially says yes. And the reasons for the back and forth, the multiple beta memos, this is reflective of exploring mitigation fine tuning the model to make sure it's reflective of what it can actually handle and do. And that takes time and back and forth. So, I mean, it's a history of the work that we've gone through to get to the point where we are. And the fact that Mr. Husband was comfortable issuing a memo in support of these mitigation measures, I think speaks to your question very directly.
Okay. Last point on this, please. Sorry, folks. So, okay, so we'll wait to hear a little bit more if it comes back, but I appreciate that. I think, you know, as the mayor's representative, right, I'm supposed to be thinking broad, all right? So I'm thinking about things about the environmentals, the impact on jobs and the type of jobs. Not that they're going to have 200 or 90 jobs, but are they high-paying jobs? No, it's going to be, you know, 75 to 80% of these are going to be service-oriented jobs. That's the typical type of thing that you're going to see in this type of industry. There'll maybe 5 to 10% high-paying jobs, but, you know, I follow the master plan, and Mayor, Alderman Morgan is, to me, is like the Obi-Wan Kenobi of the master plan. She's the one that kind of was the heart and soul of it. So I go back to it all the time, and I read it all the time before we do something, and I see some secondary connections here that are okay. You know, hey, it's going to help employment, but it's really not the type of employment we were seeking in an overall sense, okay? It's going to, you know, increase the tax rate, you know, and such. But, you know, I still don't feel, because I've driven those areas my whole life, and I went back there again today and drove them every which way you could, from Massachusetts back into New Hampshire, and I'm not convinced that that area can accept the level of flow that could come out of there, especially at peak periods. So can I get the Wayne, Mr. Husband to respond?
He's here, yeah.
Yeah, please. Is that possible, Mr. Chairman?
Typically,
Wait.
Typically, yeah, we should be. Get through our questions. Yeah, get through all the questions to the applicant first, and then.
Yeah, I'm done with the applicant, unless he wants to, you know.
Yeah, if you don't mind if I
Give the
could.
board a
Yeah,
chance,
yeah,
if they have any other questions to the applicant, but at the
I'm
end,
sorry.
we should be able to get that addressed.
Sure.
Should I answer his question or wait?
Yeah, if you'd like to try to answer first, and then we can bring Wayne Husband up at a later
Yeah, it'd be
time.
fantastic. Mr. Sam, if you don't mind, could you go back to the overhead shot of the property? So you could see the Sheraton Hotel with another hotel behind it, and to the left, it basically is like a U shape, but down to the left there, you'll see almost the existing convention space there. And where there's two dark lines are, yeah, if you don't mind hovering over there, that's the expansion a little bit south of that, Sam. The bulk of it is that garage. That's the thing that eats up a lot of it. And as being a casino operator, they're not very profitable. So parking garages are very expensive to build. When I was a general manager, say, Gulfstream Park, it's a big thoroughbred racing track in Florida. We had 300 acres to do flat surface parking, and that's what people want. You live in Florida, it's easy. Here we have some inclement weather, and again, as I mentioned, that terrain there goes down substantially from the elevation. That is a big bulk of the expense from an operator standpoint. So I just wanted to absolutely clarify that for you. The original hotel, the banquet space in the northwest corner there will all stay the same. The addition is the piece where the cursor's over right now, and then to the east is the parking garage area.
Thank you. I would like to note, the board has a limited scope of power, so looking at what we can and can't do, it kind of goes back to the conditional use permit criteria, as well as the site plan approval criteria. I know you mentioned the master plan as one of them for the site plan, so I think that's valid, but also taking a look at some of the others, and some of the current ones that we typically have, 1 through 9, 4, 5, and 6, devaluing abutting properties, compatible with the neighborhood, and substantial adverse impact on highways, highway and pedestrian safety. Those are three that we typically see and are the most impactful to the community. I think a lot of these have been addressed, at least from the engineering side of the city, as seen by the back and forth over the last couple of months, as well as I think this simulation was a very good, at least taste of what could happen, and then the continued monitoring is a really big piece of that, because yeah, there is like a 40% increase that they're proposing in the facility usage, but again, they are adding substantial mitigations to that area, and then there also had a couple letters from real estate agents around the area saying and comparing different values from other structures, which I think give a good idea of what would happen in this scenario. So, and then compatibility, space for space. Boston Billiard. Gate City Casino. I used to live over in that area when it was Boston Billiards. It's in a Park Industrial. Residential's right by there. I never noticed personally while I was there the impact, but again, this is a larger impact as you were referring to. But I think they can at least coexist without any major issues, especially with some of the mitigations in place, the substation, or support of additional officers if we were to make that a subsequent condition. So I just want to remind, as we're looking through this, take a look through those before or alongside some of your thoughts and try to apply to
May I make a point of order, though? You can clarify this later. I believe planning boards have the right, if they have a master plan, if the city has a master plan, the planning board has a right to say it doesn't meet the master plan. So that, I think, is by statute okay. So, I mean, if we wanted to say, hey, it wasn't fitting the spirit of the master plan and we want to have them go back and do more work, I think we have that possibility. I'm not saying I advocate that, I'm just saying I think we could do that.
And Mr. McIntyre, we do. That's number one, I think, of the site plan. So that is one of our main powers. I just want to make sure it's looked as a whole.
Yep.
And Scott, I think you had something you wanted to ask?
Yeah, I had a couple of questions for the applicant. So just, we've gone through this exercise before with a pretty large casino. It's kind of a deja vu. I spent a few years on that one. So maybe you can talk a little bit about so we're talking about the national security, Tell me about your own security in the building.
Yeah, I'd love to. So currently we have approximately 15 officers. I have a director, a manager, 2 supervisors, and about 14 officers. 2 are posted at the door with magnetometers or metal detectors, whatever you might want to call them. When we move over to that existing, and then we have 1 entrance. When we move over to the new facility, we'll have about 35 officers there. And that's when we do ramp up the extra duty in the substation as well, or even take on another officer. But since it's 2 levels and 2 doors, you need double coverage there, because we like to control the entrances as well.
Okay. And then how about cameras and things like that?
Oh, casinos and cameras go hand in hand. I could tell you what time if your watch is running fast. So yeah, I could at least speak for every gaming position out there. There's usually a camera or 2, and there's some great advancements in whether it's within the law with license plate readers out there, facial recognition. There's all kind of doodads. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So just suffice it to say, your security capabilities are probably significantly above even the city's.
Yes, I'm very proud of our security director and manager. They're both former law enforcement. They run a tight ship.
Okay. So with respect to the traffic, and I'll talk a little bit about
Thank you.
traffic questions. So you mentioned the Spitbrook enhancement. So essentially we end up with three traffic lanes on both the north and south side of Spitbrook, on both sides, all the way from the highway to Tara?
That's correct.
On both sides, right? And we end up with the...
Oh, there's 2 on the westbound with the turn, and then plus the turn lanes as you get to Tara.
Okay. And then the exit ramps coming from Massachusetts onto Spitbrook,
Mhm.
both of those are essentially doubled.
Correct.
With 2 lanes.
Right, the northbound, we would add a left turn lane, so you would double your left turn capacity, which right now, it's, as I mentioned,
Yep.
it's, could use that now.
Yeah, I go on it every day.
And then on the southbound on-ramp is wide enough, that would have to be reviewed with New Hampshire DOT, but it's wide enough to actually change the striping to
Yep.
accommodate the 2 lanes on it.
Right.
And then it would narrow down as you get to the top.
Yeah, I'm just trying to get a big picture here of what's happening. So we're doubling the amount of off-ramp, doubling the amount of on-ramp from the Massachusetts side. How about the New Hampshire side coming off, going
Well,
on?
on the southbound side?
Correct, yeah.
So we have, I think we're predicting around 25 or 30%, I think, to and from the north. So right now, it has a couple of left turn lanes coming out onto Spitbrook, coming down the southbound, and then you have the free right. So it's been talked about, potentially, for that southbound movement, both, over the last few months, with staff. The analysis shows that we don't need to make an improvement to turn right out of there and then get onto Spitbrook and into Tara. Once you're taking a right onto Tara, you're pretty much a free right turn onto Tara and then continuing around the bend.
Yeah, I was thinking about more from coming off of Route 3, coming from the north onto Spitbrook. So that's kind of that really wide right.
You
that
mean coming
essentially-
down the southbound ramp to take a right turn on Spitbrook?
Correct.
Or
Yeah, correct.
You're not coming from Massachusetts?
No,
you're
coming from New Hampshire. Yeah,
Yeah.
staying in New Hampshire.
Yeah, so the analysis has shown that intersection actually works pretty well compared to the northbound ramp. However, at the same time, it's been raised by city traffic that it may need something. New Hampshire DOT has not said anything yet on the southbound ramp. But importantly, what we are doing, and I don't know if a master plan was out there for this, but we're pretty much proposing improvements to the road system out there that will accommodate the project and mitigate the project, but it also, if you didn't have the project, traffic's going to grow regardless, and you're going to need to do something.
Yes.
So we're proposing about $5 million of, it's probably about a $5 million construction cost. And if the city was doing that on its own, again, as part of a master plan or long range, it's either going to cost that or you're going to wait for federal aid to get that programmed, and it could be 10 or 20 years before you do that. Importantly, after Phase 1 is built and all the mitigation is in place prior to Phase 1 open, so we'll have the road mitigation in, Phase 1 operating, waiting 4 or 5, I think, or the decision or the staff report suggests at least 6 months after operations is to go out and actually do a whole nother traffic study, whole parking study, and see how is the mitigation working? Does something else have to happen, including anything on the other ramp, before Phase 2 can be considered, or before Phase 2 can be opened?
Yeah.
So at that point, we would verify or confirm either the projections in today's report or see that we were very high in our projections. Confirm either we have plenty of parking or we need more parking or some other action to do that. And confirm or not that the mitigation works, it can accommodate Phase 2, or something else has to be done in Phase 2. So we have a long ways to go. We have, design to do, but at this point, all the analysis suggests that the southbound ramp, our critical movement on the southbound is to come down, take a right turn towards Tara Boulevard and into the site. And our analysis is indicating that that can be done
Yeah, I
without,
would- I
without
would
further
just,
improvements.
I would probably just take another look at that. That particular intersection is, it's sort of like an over wide right. And it looks like it's about 2.5 lanes. It's not striped, right? And it's got a weird movement, and there's people trying to cross over to Brook Village Road, straight across. So you end up with 2 cars side by side there, sometimes 3. So that's a weird.
You're correct in that.
So
for
I'm just saying that I'd like to see that, taking a look.
Yeah,
at
we
it
can
a
take
little
another
further.
look. I mean,
As a functional.
for a couple of 100 feet, it is wide enough. You
Yeah.
could actually stripe and sign it as a 2-lane right turn lane.
Yeah, I'm not a traffic engineer, but I drive it every day, so I kind of know it's got an issue. So I just think that's something to look at. And can you explain, there was something about the Brook Village Road right-hand turn? Coming out of Brook Village, the right-hand turn there. Is there any improvement on that?
Brook Village, we're not changing Brook Village Road, but as you're on Spitbrook Road and you're approaching Brook Village,
No, coming out of Brook Village onto Spitbrook.
we have the 4th lane getting to the southbound on-ramp. So in between Brook Village and the southbound on-ramp, there'll be an additional lane
There's an
there.
additional lane there.
Correct.
Because there's a lot of rights out of that in the morning.
And then right onto the.
And right onto the
Yeah,
highway.
So that'll facilitate, we're not treating anything on Brook Village itself,
Yeah.
but adding that'll be a right turn lane, and then the next lane would be a through and a right turn lane, so that at the southbound ramp, there'll be a ability to have a double right turn onto
Yeah.
the ramp.
Okay.
And Brook Village can go right onto it.
Yeah, and I assume you haven't gotten to the point of looking at whether right on reds there or whatever work. That's probably, you're not at that level of.
We haven't gotten there.
But you're going there, right, at some point?
Sure.
'Cause
I mean,
obviously, that's like there's 4 or 5 inlets within 100 feet, so.
Are you saying you don't want, are you saying you don't want?
I'm just saying, I don't know if a right on red would actually work there, because you got essentially 1 lane turned into 4 lanes, right? So, at that point, so. And then with the movements and the time and the amount of cars, I don't know. I just think it needs to be looked at some point.
That's fine. We don't have any problem with that. We're at this conceptual stage to make sure we felt comfortable that they were feasible actions.
Yeah.
We still have a design phase to go through where additional analysis, no turn on red, signal timing, all that takes place, and there'll be additional reviews by city staff and working things through.
And then, how about synchronization, Dan? How much of that corridor right now is actually has synchronization? Does it go all the way up to Oracle? It doesn't go that far, right?
I think, Wayne Husband can correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe it does go to Oracle, but we currently have an issue with Oracle's traffic signal controller where it's not really coordinating right now, but that's an issue that will be solved at some point.
So does this project own re-looking at the synchronization and the timing and?
Absolutely, because it'll be, retimings will be necessary given the lane additions, geometry changes, and the addition of the traffic, so yes.
How about-
all that would need to be revised.
And do we have the cameras there that we need for the sync?
Mostly, we have cameras there, yes. We, as part of the mitigation, we have requested a camera, kind of internal, at the Terra Innovative Way.
Yeah.
We've also asked them to fund a data module, or performance module it's called, for the camera that exists at Terra at Spitbrook Road.
Okay.
So, yeah, all that's being provided for.
So we'll essentially have the ability to sync from essentially Daniel Webster all the way
Yeah,
to
we
Oracle.
we kind of do now, except
Yeah.
that things can always use improvement, and this level of development will require that all be updated and modified.
Yeah, okay. All right. That's the only questions I have right now. Yeah.
I know we wanted to talk to Wayne Husband really quickly.
Could I actually I just wanted to speak to the master plan concern, because I do think that's relevant, if you don't mind.
Mr.
Take a couple
McIntyre,
minutes.
would you like?
I'd love to hear from a lawyer.
Yeah, who wouldn't? So if you look at the master plan in Nashua, literally the first top goal on the top goal sheet is redevelopment opportunity. And this project promises to reinvest over $100 million in the redevelopment of what honestly is one of the most iconic properties in Nashua. I grew up in Merrimack. I spent years and years driving past the castle on the side of the highway. It is well known in the area. Most of the people that have grown up in this area either have been to a wedding or prom or know somebody that went to a wedding or prom at this property. It is one of the most easily identifiable properties in this area off the highway, and this promises to revitalize it in a very real way, to real redevelopment opportunity. It will bring in new resources and facilities, new restaurants. It will enliven and redevelop this property in a way that's entirely consistent with the master plan. So I just wanted to speak to that.
Yeah, my exception or just deviation to talking about the master plan is not about the improvements to the Tara facilities. It really is more inclined about how Nashua wants to have a livable, traffic-capable city. That area is supposed to be a TOD area someday. So, you know, I'm more concerned about that, and I'm trying, as he reminded me, to, you know, stay on point to whether or not you're meeting the requirements. But that's really where my master plan concerns come from, and maybe a secondary one would have been safety. And Sam and I talked about this many times. I'm glad that they worked with you guys to get the substation, because I had asked about the police and the fire department and the impact on whether or not it would increase any of their services. So those were my zones. It wasn't anything to do with whether or not the aging hotel needs a refresh. I'm with you.
Yeah, no, and the reason I brought that up is that your question about the master plan sounded more broadly like, hey, how does this fit into the master plan?
Yeah.
So I just want to
But there's so many elements to it.
Sure, no, you're absolutely right. And a clever lawyer can find master plan hooks for just about any project, but I think this one, I mean, it's the first one on the page, and it is completely consistent with that first top goal. So, and with regard to the traffic concerns, I'm from this area. I'm very familiar with with exit 1 there, and all the concerns that have been brought up about it, I think, are valid. I think that those concerns, whether this facility is built or not, will only grow in the coming years, and I think that the $5 million plus investment that's part of this project immediately addresses many of those concerns. It does not necessarily turn any of those intersections into a level of service A, but it prevents them from becoming F.
No doubt. We got to go deep.
Yeah. Thank you.
And Mr. McIntyre, you had a couple questions for Wayne Husband.
Yes, I would. First of all, Wayne, nice to meet you, and thank you for, I've been following all of your memos and questions and back and forth and everything. Excellent coverage. I appreciate it. So my point was of the reliance on the experts. You're an expert, so I'd like to hear if you think the mitigation aspects of their proposal are sufficient.
Yeah, okay. Good evening. I'm Wayne Husband, Senior Traffic Engineer for the City of Public Works, or the Public Works Division, City of Nashua. We have with us here this evening, we have Jason Plord, our traffic peer review consultant from the Beta Group. They've been assisting us with all the traffic analysis and review and so forth. Now, To begin with, I'd like to say that, after several meetings with the applicant, reviewing all the analysis, all the details, back and forth with the traffic mitigation, several meetings with the applicant, we've gotten to a position as city staff that we think that if the planning board should move to offer a conditional approval of the project, that the city's getting a adequate and fair traffic mitigation package to compensate for the traffic impacts from this proposed development. And furthermore, touched upon it earlier, but the applicant has also agreed to conduct a traffic monitoring study at the completion of phase 1. So at the completion of phase 1, we'll have an opportunity to check the traffic generation, the traffic analysis, and if necessary, we'll have another possibility at more potential traffic mitigation if it's deemed necessary. Now, in short, we support the conditional approval of the casino development project, provided that the applicant meets the conditions of approval as outlined in the Planning Department staff report. But let me add some perspective, because I know that you had some concerns about the traffic in general, as we did as well. You've been following the memos. As far as the mitigation package that's been negotiated with the development team, as they mentioned, most of the traffic that's going to and from this development is going to and from Terra Boulevard and to the Turnpike, southbound and northbound. So our focus has been on getting the traffic, coming out of Terra Boulevard, making sure that we had enough lanes to minimize the delays, not only for the future casino project, but for the traffic that's already coming out of Terra Boulevard from that development up on the hill. So we've added capacity there. We've added capacity coming off from Spitbrook Road, going to and from the southbound on-ramp. That's something that we negotiated with the development team to try, because most of the traffic is coming out of Terra Boulevard and returning to the south, Massachusetts and Point South. So that, and that right turn lane is just west of and east of Brook Village Road, as you mentioned earlier, so that's where part of the widening's occurring. And the other significant mitigation is allowing an additional left turn lane off of the Turnpike onto Spitbrook Road. So that's the first time that I've actually heard a number of $5 million for the off-site improvements. That makes a lot of sense to us from our experience with costs associated with traffic mitigation. So it could be a little more, it could be a little less. But I do think that we're getting from the applicant the traffic mitigation that we feel is fair for the city. Because what we look at when we look at traffic impacts, we look at the existing conditions of the facility, and we look at what the conditions will be once the development's complete and contributing to the roadway. So we look at the level of service before, and we look at the level of service after. And looking at their level of service analysis that they've provided with the assistance of Beta Group, the level of service numbers of the delay is as good or better than the existing conditions. So we feel pretty good about the traffic mitigation package that's been negotiated. I hope that answers your question. We do have our eye on the same thing that you do, the southbound off-ramp. We are concerned about that, but there are limits as to what we can ask of the applicant. As far as off-site improvements, we feel that we've asked for quite a bit to date, and they've been pretty responsive and forthcoming and offering to us to do that, but we do need to bring to your attention that this isn't the last bite of the apple. The New Hampshire DOT is going to be looking at this too, over and above our conditions of approval. They'll have to meet all the conditions of approval of the New Hampshire DOT. So you can be rest assured that the New Hampshire DOT is going to have an eye on that off-ramp traffic and as part of their review process. I don't know if you have any questions. We have our peer review consultant, Jason Plora, in the audience as well, so take advantage of his expertise as well if you have any questions.
I'm good.
Scott?
Wayne, I just have a quick question. Do you support what I was saying about the off-ramp though coming from the north onto Spitbrook? You know?
Yes, we're concerned about it.
Yeah.
And as Bill mentioned earlier,
Yeah.
we have had discussions with them about that, yes.
Yeah, okay.
You know, we'd like to get the traffic off that ramp. Ideally, we'd like to get the traffic off that ramp,
Yeah.
off the turnpike, onto Spitbrook Road, and onto Terra Boulevard, minimizing its interference with the Spitbrook Road westbound traffic.
Right.
Because there's a lot of traffic that's making that movement coming off that northbound ramp,
Yeah.
going directly into and out of Terra Boulevard.
Yeah.
More of that we can remove from the roadway segment. Yeah, definitely.
Okay. Good. All right. Yeah, I mean, the other thing I'd say is, I mean, I've been on this board for like 14 years. It's probably the largest off-site improvement that I remember. I don't know if you remember any, Wayne, that are any more significant. I mean, like the mall was bigger, but.
Yeah, no, it is a pretty significant project. It's one
Yeah,
of the more.
just for the public's benefit, this isn't a little off-site improvement. It's larger than, I can't think of another one that was of this scale.
Memory degrades with age, though.
Yeah, that's probably true.
Yeah. No, it's been a challenge trying to find ways
Small.
to,
This is significant.
trying to get that traffic in and out of there
Yeah.
and without further impacting the Spitbrook Road eastbound, westbound traffic, yeah.
And Sam, just for I didn't see a condition that was directed towards the police presence or substation. Is that something we have to add in the subsequent conditions?
Hit refresh.
That's cheap.
Well done.
Cheating.
It's a new condition U under the subsequent conditions for phase one.
Phase one.
Yeah.
Yes. So I have another question for the applicant about the phasing. Can you describe, I mean, what's the schedule or proposed schedule of phasing? And,
So
tell me about that.
I didn't do that one. Construction for phase one would start essentially as soon as we're able, with phase two construction scheduled to start 3 years after. So we're looking at construction beginning between now and 2027 for phase one, and construction for and phase two hopefully opening sometime around 2030, 2031 at this point.
And all the offsite improvements are pre-phase one?
So and I believe there's a condition that addresses this. All the offsite improvements will be done as part of phase one. The CO can be issued before they're all completed, but it will be limited to the traffic that the mitigation measures that have been completed will support. So if we finish half of the traffic mitigation measures, and so half of the anticipated traffic can proceed through as mitigated, we will receive a limited CO for half of the gaming positions that are available.
Okay.
And that's supported without need to be supported by a study.
Okay. And this is probably more of a question for staff. So I understand that DOT has a crack at the traffic study analysis and mitigation measures. they can't reduce anything we're being, that's being seen by us or proposed tonight.
They would, sorry, I can provide some.
You can, sure, answer,
Yeah. New Hampshire DOT would not say, city, you're wrong, that doesn't need to be done. They either would agree with the mitigation measures, or they would look at their assets and say, we need additional mitigations here.
Yeah, yeah, I'm thinking about the on-ramp and off-ramp stuff, because I'm not sure I'd be in favor of it all if we didn't get those two mitigation measures, right, so.
Well, if you require it of these, if it's a condition of approval here, which is the proposal, both from Wayne and for the board, then that would be baked into the approval. We would not be able to.
Approval,
yeah, exactly. So it doesn't matter what New Hampshire DOT would say. But, and Dan, correct me if I'm wrong, but the New Hampshire DOT would not veto a municipality that way.
The DOT specifically requested a northbound off-ramp additional lane, so that's a definite. The specifics of the southbound additional accommodation for the right turn, I don't believe that'd be anything they would be opposed to, but we have to work through the details of that with them. And I know there's been some discussion about southbound off-ramp. We, as Wayne said, we're concerned about that, but we also feel it's more DOT's purview to request or require an expansion or improvement on their ramp than it is for us to do that, you know what I mean? But going through full design process here, basically for the whole segment of the core, we'll have an opportunity to relook at all those geometries and things like that and make some improvements if they're necessary. It's the applicant burden to mitigate the traffic, not to fix all our existing problems, which is something to remember as well. I think as Wayne indicated, we believe they've done that and they've shown that they can do that. Of course, providing that everything pans out the way that we think it will in terms of their trip generation and parking generation and things like that. So that's why we like this approval scenario as outlined, where we kind of give them stepwise approval, check in and make sure everything is shaping up the way it was anticipated to. So we've set up a good system here. Back in April, we were not anywhere close to ready to approve this. That's why it's taken us a while to get to this point, but I think we're at that point now.
Yeah, and Mr. Leclerc, just to add, so New Hampshire DOT, so we have met with them as a group, either once or twice, I think they were in. So they, as I said earlier, they conceptually thought the northbound off-ramp improvement was a good one and able to be done. They'll be involved. It's their ramps. They're going to be intricately involved in the review of the design, as well as the signals, even though the city owns Spitbrook Road and most of the signals along there, the ones at the ramp, DOT has some jurisdiction as well. So, and again, importantly, after phase one, the traffic monitoring, it's going to be everything we've already studied. So that includes the southbound ramp. We'll look at the queuing, we'll look at the width. As I said, right now it's probably wide enough, as you said, you could probably stripe some things, but we'll take a look at what we can do easily during the phase one design process. But at the end of the day, before phase two can move forward, we'll know, okay, maybe southbound the ramp has to be modified. We don't know yet, but we don't want to jump ahead. We're already committed to probably a $5 million project already, so.
Anyone else from board, questions?
No.
All right. I am going to open the floor to public comment. I do want to let everyone know I am going to limit public comment to about 45 minutes, just because we are a volunteer board. Alderman Morgan?
Before we do that, may I ask
For
that
fun.
we take a quick 2-minute recess?
Yes. I'll allow a 2-minute recess, and we'll be back at 9:26.
I would have gone up.
Yeah.
That language is crazy.
That's cool. The time is 9:29. If everyone
My
can
son-in-law.
take their seats.
We got his grandkids, my grandkids, we got them sleeping over.
So again, I'll be limiting public comment just to 45 minutes. Again, we're volunteers. I'm going to give about half the time for opposition, half the time for those in favor. If there's one that goes a little shorter, I'll try to keep the 45 minutes to give back to that additional, those additional comments. So first, I'm going to take opposition, and if you could line up in front of the podium, just so we can kind of gauge where we're going to be at. And when you come to the mic, state your name and address, and then I will let you go ahead and start.
Thank you. Thanks for the planning board for having the testimony. I hope that people will be allowed to speak more than 2 minutes because we have a lot of people here that have taken a lot of time to express their concerns. My name is Bill Ohm. I'm a representative at the legislature. I represent Ward 9 in the legislature. My neighbors are unhappy about the traffic and other issues relative to the proposed movement of the Gate City Casino to the Sheraton Terra. And as Alderman Morgan pointed out, this sector of the city, Ward 9, South Nashua, is mostly residential, in contrast to the current location at the Northeastern Boulevard, half industrial. So as a residential neighborhood, we have no supermarkets in my ward. We have to go down Spitbrook Road, cross the Everett Turnpike to get to supermarkets or go shopping. This requires us to drive east on Spitbrook Road, merging with the casino traffic, then dealing with the combined traffic at 3 stoplights between where we live and the Everett Turnpike. Now, we've talked about, the proponents have talked about the study of traffic, but they haven't talked about the numbers. The numbers we're talking about are an incremental 7,402 trips to the Terra intersection, 7,400 incremental trips, with peak traffic of 573 cars per hour. That's almost 10 cars every minute trying to cross an already congested intersection at Terra and Spitbrook Road. That's a car every 6 to 7 seconds. Now, the mitigation we've heard is unusual. I talked to Sam about this. It's a 3-way, 3-wide left turn lane on 2 city streets. The only interchange in New Hampshire that has a triple left turn lane, 3 wide, is up in Manchester at the mall. That's not a residential street, that's a busy interchange. So we're expecting people coming out of the casino who probably are not that particularly happy having spent some time there and may have had a few drinks to queue up into 3 lanes, stay into 3 lanes, not bump each other, and make their way down to the exit 1, Daniel Webster Highway exit. So my concern is that this additional traffic will disrupt the normal lives of everyone in our ward and my adjacent wards in South Nashua, both shopping and commuting. As it was pointed out, Spitbrook Road is already rated F during rush hour by New Hampshire DOT. I think there's a better option that the board should consider prior to making a decision. I've talked to Sam about this. I think a better option is to look at another way to get the southbound traffic, which DPW has commented, is most of the traffic, 90% of traffic is southbound going back into Massachusetts at exit 1. A better option is to look north at Innovative Way and Digital Drive. That's the Flatley property. I've talked to Flatley. If we wanted to look through that interchange of going north on Innovative Way and taking, not going straight, but taking a right turn onto the H ramp, that's a very short direct access to the Everett Turnpike that bypasses 4 stoplights coming out of the Terra. It bypasses the entrance to the Terra and 3 stoplights approaching the exit 1 interchange. I suggest, as part of the long-term plan, that this alternative be looked at before a decision is made, and see if the long-term plan, which will be involve the development of the Gateway Hills property north of the Sharon Terra, if this isn't a better way to look at a long-term solution to the current problem of casino traffic exiting onto a residential district. Thank you.
I have the next one come up.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Katie Enright. I'm actually a professional civil engineer and have worked in land development for 30 years myself, but I've also been a resident of Nashua for 20 years. I started at Oak Hill. I owned a condominium there, and now I live on Pinehurst Avenue. I'm here tonight, though. I didn't dive into all of the engineering and come up with crazy letters about what could be mitigated and what couldn't be mitigated, but this is my neighborhood, and it is a residential neighborhood. I started my family at Oak Hill. My daughter learned to swim at the Sheridan. We played at Roby Park. She went to World Academy. My hairdresser's up the street. Our neighborhood coffee shop is right there. There's small neighborhood businesses that we go to. My daughter walks to, her friends walk to from our house. This is gonna change the way we behave in South Nashua. It's gonna change the way that I use that exit, whether or not I stop off at Prest on the way home to get a smoothie, whether or not I let my daughter walk to Prest to hang out with her friends or play volleyball. In the industrial park behind us with the residential housing. There's thousands of residents across the street, hundreds of residents behind this building, and it's basically the entryway to our neighborhood. So I just ask you to look at this use and whether or not this use is applicable here. I mean, how many uses on our use chart require this many police per square foot? I bet you won't find very many. And it's a little shocking to hear that 30 security need to be on staff at this institution. Not usually nervous to talk. I've been doing this for my whole life. But I'm talking about it like this because I am very passionate about this. I do worry. I don't think that I would say, I'm moving to Nashua and oh guys, I live next to the casino, and that would be a good thing. I think it will affect our property values. I know property values have gone up significantly in the area. I'm not sure if those numbers align with the numbers we're seeing from the casino, but I don't really see any of my friends who've bought condominiums there saying, you know, I would have loved to live here. I wish the casino came here sooner to our neighborhood. So please think about that when you make your decision. Thank you very much.
Hi, I'm Katie Evans. I'm a resident of Nashua. I'm at 30 Cider Lane, and I've been a resident here. I was born and raised here. I went to the Sheridan for prom in '99. So yeah, this is home. So this is personal for me because I'm a compulsive gambler. And I never expected that to happen to me in my life. Who thinks that they're going to be addicted to anything? Every day at 6 o'clock, 4 days a week at 6 o'clock, I go to an AA meeting. I'm not an alcoholic, but I go to an AA meeting because there aren't any GA meetings. There's one in Merrimack. It's not my cup of tea, and that's it. There's really no support for people like me who are struggling, who have this. And I loved gambling. I love it. It's been 85 days since my last bet. Those lights and sounds and triggers me. I don't know what it was, primitive brain thing, I don't know. But it's a personal thing. And I don't think we need more casinos. So I think casino development in our city has outpaced any meaningful opportunity for the public to have input. Residents deserve a direct voice in decisions that affect our community, and I would love for there to be like enough time for us to maybe have a vote. There is a House Bill 737 from the state that is an opt-out vote. So far, municipalities include Henniker, Candia, Bedford, Barrington, Hancock, New London, Littleton, and Portsmouth have all opted out of any kind of casino development in their cities, their municipalities. I found it kind of ironic that there was a mental health institute proposed today because of the conversation with, about the casino as well. Because the truth of addiction when it comes to casinos, people with mental illnesses tend to be a bit more susceptible. And the elderly and also the low income. I feel like the impact of this project, the impact it'll have on the city has been downplayed. When all is said and done, this all comes down to money, and I know Delaware North is interested in making a lot of money, but I think the residents of Nashua would like to save some money. It's my assumption that the casino owners are planning on paying for the roads and the infrastructure to get things going, but I would like to know who pays for the maintenance. I have a feeling it's going to be me and everyone else in Nashua. It was mentioned that property values increased since the Gate City Casino opened around North or Eastern Boulevard. So I would like to acknowledge the fact that property values across Nashua have increased recently. In 10 years, my home value doubled. And I'm curious if there are figures comparing the growth in the casino neighborhood to that across the the city at large. I heard that the number of machines and table games are not increasing substantially, so that kind of makes me wonder, so why build? Parking garages are expensive, so why build one? We do not need a bigger casino building, and it doesn't sound like Delaware North needs one either. The cost of to the residents, I believe, outweighs the benefit. The cost on us outweighs the benefit to the city and the residents of Nashua. And I do love charitable gaming. I love charities like everyone else. But really, I'm going to be selfish here. What's in it for me? I just have to say that. And when I say what's in it for me, I'm also thinking like the royal, I guess the global me. I'm so grateful that there is the charitable bits of this, but the other 35% or so, whatever's profit, leaves Nashua. Delaware North, I believe, is based out of New York. So just some things to consider. And thank you for giving me the space and the time and the ability to be vulnerable and honest about my life with casinos.
Thank you. And again, the applicant will have a chance to respond to you, but overall, thank you again.
Oh, thank you.
Good evening, members of the Planning Board. I plan to keep my remarks short, and I will try to make them even shorter. I appreciate your patience, and you're giving the chance to all of us as citizens to speak. My name is Cynthia Stevens. I'm a homeowner and a resident in Ward 8. My written remarks in opposition to this project are on file, were filed on May 4th, and they're part of the record already. Let me tell you something about who I am. I was born here in 1948. My parents were both natives of Nashua and Hudson, and they lived here their entire lives. My mother moved away the last 6 years of her life, but since she died at 82, I think that counts as her entire life. Over the more than 60 years of my college education and my professional life, I came back to Nashua many, many times to visit my parents, and I followed the trajectory of the growth of Nashua with great interest. The growth I witnessed over those 60 years was thoughtful, was forward-thinking, was sometimes reckless. Through all of that, however, what really stayed with me and what sticks with me now is that the people who are elected to serve, who are on committees like this, and the citizens care about Nashua as a community. We are not a bunch of statistics, we are a community. I have training in chemistry and physics, and that taught me that statistics and studies are critical. They're vitally important. We must have the facts. My training in medicine taught me, however, that the facts are there to serve people. And I strongly oppose this project because I do not see it serving the citizens. I see it serving the profits of a very few. I see a few innovative and interested, yes, business people who dangle in front of us a pittance percentage of the profits in return for an enormous toll on our community. I will end by reminding you that they keep using the term mitigation. I'm trained in the hard sciences. That's an important word, and we have to think about it. It's also an impersonal word. It doesn't talk about the impact on the citizens. It doesn't talk about what happens during the construction zone on the current roads, and it doesn't address the probably hundreds of trees that schematics don't show accurately as being cut down as more and more ways are paved over with asphalt and, yes, sidewalks. In my written remarks that are on file, I will remind people who have not read them and remind the board that I limited my remarks to 3 categories. My objections still stand. The board seems to be aware of those. I ask you to think of all of us as citizens. This is repeatedly referred to as a charitable gaming facility. Let's be honest about what it is. It's a gambling casino of 93,000 square feet. That is the size of the playing area of 2 football fields. Thank you very much for your attention.
Good evening. So my name is Mike Harris, and I'm an attorney with BCM Environmental Land Law. My address is 3 Maple Street in Concord. I'm here today representing both Cynthia Stevens and Representative Ohm. We have submitted, the firm has a number of our own comments. You've heard from my clients and their concerns about it tonight. I'm really here tonight to ask you about the process and the sort of the need to close this hearing tonight and not to continue it, to give the public more of an opportunity to participate. I know this has been a long application process. I understand it's been started back in April. I know there's been a lot of work put into it. But I also know, as Member Leclerc stated earlier, this is one of the biggest projects that this board has been asked to approve and that the city has faced. And that's the same not just for the professional staff and the board, but for the public as well. This week alone, the board has seen more than a dozen new documents related not only to the traffic study and the city's peer review of that study, but also the stormwater management narrative, and of course the questions about the impact of this project on neighboring property values. All that information with all, we know that the city has capably looked at it and reviewed it, but to be able to get that information to the public and have them have an opportunity to look at it, for our clients to digest it, to be able to reasonably and thoroughly comment on it, have their own technical consultants look at it. None of that is available to us given the timing that this last batch of information and the staff report came together this week. And so we think it's imperative, whether you call it, as Member McIntyre said, good practice, or whether it's fairness, or whether it's just being courteous to your constituents, we would ask that you don't close the public hearing this evening and allow us a 30-day chance to take a look at all this information and to evaluate it with our clients and give them a chance to make comments that are a little bit more thorough and educated based upon the information that the city has had a chance to look at and negotiate with the applicant over the last few months. That is all new to us, of course. So that's our request today, is just to give us a chance, the same chance that staff has had to really thoroughly evaluate this and provide our technical and legal comments on the application as well. We think it would be only beneficial to the board to hear from that point of view as well, from people that are in the public who are concerned about it, who would take the time and the cost of getting their own evaluation of the application, particularly when it comes to traffic, stormwater management, and the effects on the community and the surrounding area. So that's our request. Thank you very much.
I'm not getting any taller. My name is Susan Elberger. I'm a state representative from Ward 1 here in Nashua. And I'm not going to add to the comments about traffic and environment, loss of trees, particularly given the climate getting warmer now and the need to keep them. I have a couple of other things I just want to mention. I serve with Bill Ohm on the House Ways and Means Committee. He's a Republican, I'm a Democrat, and we are absolutely aligned in terms of how we feel about this project. It doesn't work for us here in Nashua. It's a bad plan, at least as it stands now. I spent a good part of my early career in the field of addiction treatment. We are looking at an increase of opportunity for people who are stuck spending more money in a casino than is good for their health, their family's health, the community's health, and we're not providing any services, additional services for treatment for those folks. Yes, all of this is connected. Finally, and this is the biggest part, the amount of money that goes into charitable endeavors, given the profits that come out of these of casino facilities, is a pittance. And the amount that goes to the state government or municipalities is an even smaller pittance. Whatever kind of project this may turn out to be, it certainly is not going to benefit the city of Nashua the way it will the owners, shareholders, and we need to be thinking about what matters for us here. I would urge you to not accept this plan until there is a way to take care of the citizens who live in the area and not make their lives even more complicated than they are. Thank you.
And we have reached about time for opposition, so I am going to open the floor to people. Oh, one moment.
We
Sam?
may want to just check Zoom for opposition.
I will come back to Zoom only because I want to keep us moving. And then if there's some time where the board feels inclined to hear more statements, we can bring those people back online. So people in support, I assume, like you said, thank you for lining up, and then I'll let you go ahead and start.
Yes, good evening, members of the board. My name is Mike Affelberg, and I serve as president of the United Way of Greater Nashua, and I'm here to speak in support of this proposed expansion of the Gate City Casino. My perspective, our perspective, is not from the gaming industry, but from the nonprofit sector, many of whom are lined up behind me this evening, and the thousands of individuals served by local charitable organizations every year. One of the most important aspects of charitable gaming is that it generates funding for nonprofits. And I will share that the prior speaker who mentioned the pittance of funding received by charities, it is not a pittance. It's become one of the most significant sources of revenue for nonprofits who are stressed today by a very challenging grant environment that's coming out of the federal and state levels, and by really, really challenging fundraising environments as well. These dollars, in a nutshell, are very important to all of us serving the community. Everyday nonprofits throughout Greater Nashua are helping families put food on the table, support seniors, assist people facing housing challenges and homelessness, mentoring youth, and strengthening our community in countless other ways that I'm sure you'll hear about this evening. Charitable gaming revenue helps to make that work possible. This proposed expansion is an opportunity to increase those benefits significantly. More charitable gaming revenue means more resources flowing directly into the organizations that serve our residents every day. I recognize, of course, that there are concerns about the neighborhoods, traffic, and other impacts that should be taken into consideration in your deliberations, of course. However, I believe the benefits to our nonprofit ecosystem and the local economy overall overwhelmingly outweigh these concerns. From our vantage point at United Way, the question is not simply whether or not a gaming facility expands. The question is whether we are willing to strengthen one of the most effective sources of charitable funding available in our community. For these reasons, we support the Gate City Casino expansion and respectfully urge you to approve this project. Thank you very much.
Good evening. My name is Chris Lucier, 3 Mayfair Lane, Unit 203. I am a combat veteran of Operation Desert Storm, and I'm currently serving as an officer at the Hollis VFW Post 11373. Before our support from charitable gaming, we were a meager post that probably pulled in about $2,000 a year through our Poppy Drive fundraising. We weren't able to do very much in support of veterans, which is what our main purpose is, that and patriotic events. Since our partnership with the Gate City Casino, we have been transformed into an altruistic powerhouse. The things that we are now able to do for veterans is staggering. We've put up structures for other nonprofits that support veterans, buildings. We've put up handicap access structures. We've provided service animals for veterans with PTS and traumatic brain injury. We have provided housekeeping services for elderly veterans who can't drive or can't do those things themselves. It is absolutely amazing what we've been able to do because of the revenue that we've received through these partnerships. They have been there for us for 4 years now, and today we are here for them. So I implore you to please look favorably upon this transition. It is not a pittance. It's enormous. Thank you.
Not as tall as he is. Good catch. Carrie Spangler from Nashua, 32 Wheaton Drive, in Ward 1. Did not vote for her. But, just to say, reiterate what Chris said, with the things that we've gotten from working with these charitable organizations. I work with other charitable organizations as well, and the money they get is helped everybody. It helps everybody in this town. It helps everybody in the community, everybody in the state. Statewide, we are getting funds that we never dreamed that we would have, and doing things that we never dreamed imaginable. So I do hope you support this plan, and so they can get this thing moving and get on the road to getting us some more money. All right, thanks.
Hi, I'm Bruce Hardy from Hollis. I'm president of the Hollis Historical Society. And without repeating what they all said, I'd like to reiterate that our ability to help people in town to undertake new projects has increased exponentially because of our partnership with the casino. It's a very, very significant amount of money that we've received, and we've been able to fund new programs with the high school. Among other things, we've undertaken probably 10 or 15 new projects in the last few years. The Internal Revenue Service has changed their rules. It's not as profitable to make charitable gifts. A lot of people just don't itemize deductions anymore. So a lot of small organizations like ours, we're not getting small $150, $200 gifts like we used to, just because the tax laws have changed. There's no incentive to itemize deductions anymore. So this has been a critical incentive for people to, or for us to undertake new projects in town, and we highly support this. Thank you.
Deputy Chief Mark Proof from Epping Fire Department. We received the money as well, and one of the things that we were able to buy was a new set of rescue tools, and we've already saved a life with them. So the money is really important. not just the money, but I heard them offer to pay for a police officer for you. That's another officer on the streets, not coming out of your budget. And you get all the tax money. So I see this as a win-win, and I really hope you support them.
My name is Michelle Guerin, and I'm the Finance and Compliance Director with Family Promise of Southern New Hampshire. We're a nonprofit, and our mission is to end homelessness. We presently serve families and individuals experiencing housing instability throughout Hillsborough and Rockingham County. Our program includes a residential transitional housing program in Nashua and in Derry, eviction prevention and diversion assistance, and a supportive housing program. We have had a partnership to receive proceeds from Gate City, initially Boston Billiards, annually since 2017. The impact of our partnership has greatly enabled our ability to render the integral services that are necessary to help families achieve self-sustainability. Gate City Casino continues to support us in providing our residential families with the tools they need to achieve financial literacy, obtain career and educational opportunities, and rebuild their lives in a permanent and stable home of their own. We are grateful for this partnership and the opportunities that it has provided to the people we serve. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Michael Tabasco, 5 Federal Hill Road in Nashua. I'm here wearing kind of in 2 roles. I'm the treasurer of the Brian S. McCarthy Memorial Foundation, and also a resident of Nashua, Southwest Nashua specifically, for the last 38 years. I am totally in support of the plan to expand the gambling from the current Gate City over to the Tara. It's the kind of natural evolution of things with the Nash Casino in town. The expansion of the Gate City facility is necessary because it needs to, they need to be able to be competitive with the other bigger facility. The overall economic impact of charitable gaming in Nashua is incredible, and it goes beyond the local charities, and as a local charity, we are completely overwhelmed with what we've been able to do in a short period of time. Keeping this going is important, and I just urge you guys to find favorably on this proposal, and appreciate it. Thank you.
Andrew Morin. I'm an attorney and also the executive director of the Regenerative Roots Association, a nonprofit based in Nashua, and I live at 191 West Hollis Street, Nashua. To reiterate, the charitable gaming has been a huge impact for us. Just to put it into perspective, we recently went under contract to purchase 51.5 Kinsley Street in Nashua to turn it into a food hub long-term, including a food pantry. Also, as a private residence, this seems like one of the only projects that I've heard that could substantially increase our tax base, so it's not just arbitrarily raised among the residents, and I know affordability is a huge issue currently. So we look favorably upon this and hope you do too.
Good evening. Thank you to the board for hearing us. My name is Jeff Konvalski. I'm with the North Atlantic States Regional Council of Carpenters, representing carpenters here in the state of New Hampshire. Just wanted to speak to the potential for jobs that this will create, and the gentleman's concern over high-paying jobs. And yes, they are service jobs, but I think you'll find with this, the type of clientele and services offered at this facility, it is the higher end of service-paying jobs. And as far as my organization goes, obviously we'd like to build this. We have some dialogue going with the applicant, and feel like they're doing a good job of addressing the concerns with the safety and the traffic. So I'd just like to speak in support of it, and thank you for your time.
Good evening. My name is Joey Ortiz. I'm a local resident here of Nashua, New Hampshire. Just like the gentleman said before, I'm a union carpenter. This is going to benefit a lot of brothers and sisters in our local, and not only just carpentry, electricians, plumbers, installation, just a bunch of blue collar work. I hope you guys support this. Thank you.
Ed Gleason, Pelham, New Hampshire, Chairman of the Pelham Council on Aging. Everybody has said everything that has to be said about charitable gaming, but from our perspective, the seniors right now are facing difficult times with inflation and the circumstances that prevail. We've been able to initiate many, many new programs that we couldn't have afforded previously. We've been able to offer financial assistance. We've been able to have care groups, all possible because of these charitable donations. So I'm here in support of Gate City because these funds are essential to our success in the future, and I'd ask you to consider their proposal favorably.
I'm Jan Schwartz, and I'm with the Scholarship America Dollars for Scholars. Just to give you another perspective, we give scholarships to graduating high school students, either for the trades or for college. And the funds that we've been able to receive from this organization have been very significant in terms of the scholarships that we've been able to give to our high school graduating seniors. So, thank you.
Margot Bell, 15 Brian Drive, Nashua. I'm also the executive director of the Nashua Senior Center. And for many of the same reasons that all of our fellow nonprofits have stepped forward to say, the support is invaluable. It's undiscretionary money, so as a self-standing organization with grants being smaller and sponsorships being down, this is monies that we can put back into the center. So we really appreciate it and hope you'll consider it.
Mr. Chairman and honorable members, thank you for your service tonight. Really, thank you for your service. It's been a long night, I understand. I do have a couple of points that I haven't heard that I wanted to bring up. My professional life, I am the colonel at New Hampshire Fish and Game. I've worked in law enforcement for close to 4 decades now. And as a result of that position, I have been appointed or volunteered for 3 different charitable organizational boards, which include the Law Enforcement Memorial, Officers Memorial Association, which recognizes and honors families and fallen officers who have sacrificed their lives in the line of duty across our state, including an officer from Nashua back in the 60s. Operation Game Thief, which is a crime line for the New Hampshire Fish and Game Department that gives people an opportunity to call in fish and wildlife crimes. And then finally, a North Country Public Safety Foundation in the North Country, which helps to provide financial support for first responders across the state, to include EMTs, firefighters, and police officers who have met with tragic accidents or critical or long-term illnesses, and all of this is done through the charitable donations of Gate City Casino. I don't mind telling you, having served in law enforcement for 40 years, I had some concerns about pairing up with a gambling organization. I will tell you that I spent some time in this facility where it is currently, and all of my concerns were set aside. They have a top-notch operation there. Their security is admirable. I just heard tonight he has 34 officers in the building. I'm running the entire state with 48. I am floored. I will leave here floored when a question was asked by Ms. Alderman, was asked of whether they would increase or add another police officer to that roster, and he immediately responded yes. At the risk of offending every House representative who's here tonight, I kick and scream and fight and bleed to get an answer like that. And to get that quickly tonight speaks volumes, in my opinion, of what this organization wants to make money, but they also want to be a part of this community from everything I've heard tonight, and they're willing to contribute in a large way to do that. So I can't speak to what it would be like living here because I don't live here, I can only speak to what I've spoken to. I don't think it's a pittance. I think it's very important, and it certainly is benefiting not only the people in Nashua, but people all across the state with their charitable donations. So I would encourage you to please think about that during your deliberations, and I wish you the best of luck. Thank you.
Is there anyone else in the room that's speaking in support of this application? Anyone on Zoom who's speaking in support of the application?
If you're on Zoom and you'd like to speak, please raise your hand.
We do have 5 minutes left in that time period that I set. Is the board comfortable hearing if there's any opposition on Zoom? Because we did miss that previously.
Sure, yes.
I'll now allow opposition from Zoom, if anyone on Zoom who would like to speak in opposition of the application. I hear none. I'll bring the applicant back up to answer some of the public's questions, or if they have any other responses to them.
We might both be part of this. I tried to jot down as many questions as possible, so with respect, I'd like to answer as many as I can as well. Residential versus commercial, Mr. Weaver might be able to speak a little bit more clearly to that, but it's, when I was reading the history of the property, it's pretty amazing. It used to be a dairy farm and an orchard. How adorable is that? And then you cross over from Massachusetts into the Gate City, and then you're greeted with a dairy farm and an orchard, and it is picturesque, no doubt. And Mr. Flatley did a wonderful job developing a heavily commercial property right through there. The turnpike comes through. It connects Nashua to Manchester, and it grows economics. It was the next chapter of what we could do for New Hampshire. So I did want to at least answer that first question for what I know, and I'm sure John could speak to that more clearly. Hours of operation came up. When you're in the hospitality, gaming business, or entertainment business, your operating hours are more so nights and weekends. So there are some daytime commuters, and it's good that we'll be offsetting those hours as well, because our business volumes usually happen nights and weekends. There was another question regarding compulsive behavior. And as many gaming organizations, almost 40 years in this business, there's the very known Gamblers Anonymous. We work with Responsible Gaming in New Hampshire Lottery as 1-800-MY-RESET, and there are literature, training, and everything that we take care of that with our staff as well. There's a quick question, why build? There's a lot of whys out there, but to move the Gate City current facility over to the Sheraton, we tried to use the gravity model. It's something that you might see from Disneyland to a mall. If there's more energy into a facility or a building, it creates more entertainment value for that dollar. Profits, and I'm glad a lot of the charities came here to speak on our behalf. There's not a lot of charitable-based gaming operations out there in the United States. We happen to be one of them. And sharing that model, for simplicity's purpose, is for every dollar we make, 35 to 45% that is in aggregated tax that would go to a charity based on a gaming device. After that, we still have to pay to keep the lights on, pay the help, and the property taxes, and everything goes along with that. Those are operating expenses, and then there's a profit margin for us at the bottom of that. I have worked with other commercial properties or gaming facilities to where they might allocate 5, 10, maybe 15% towards some type of sponsorships and charities. And as a resident of the area, I'm proud to say it's great to hear what we could do for the charities along with the other gaming facilities in New Hampshire. There was a couple questions regarding mitigation. I'll leave that up with Kimberly Horn and Mr. John Weaver to answer questions or statements I had. Thanks.
So just a few comments with regard to what is the character of the neighborhood. All the properties surrounding this property are commercial properties. Some of the businesses that were discussed during the comments section are also businesses. They're also commercial. I heard a reference to the neighborhood coffee shop. But the neighborhood coffee shop that was referenced actually has 11 locations across 2 states, so it's also a business. So I think that in terms of how this fits in with the character of the neighborhood, it's consistent and similar to where 55 Northeastern Boulevard is. There are residences there, there are offices, there are businesses. So it's mixed use. This is mixed use, and you're absolutely correct. This is a larger facility, but this is a hospitality facility now. It will continue to be a hospitality facility afterwards. In addition to gaming, there are restaurants, there's event space, and it fits in quite nicely with this area, as it has for several decades now. Attorney Harris requested a continuance for 30 days so that he would be able to review the materials. Attorney Harris's office submitted a letter a month ago when they were retained, and our documents haven't changed that much in the last 30 days. Yes, certainly we've added more to the traffic study, but the stormwater management is not that different. The site plan is not that different. I think that they haven't been able to review and make a larger substantive argument against the application at this point. Probably means that there isn't a larger substantive argument to make against it. I was similar to Ernie. I was taking notes during the public comments and had some notes to make more specific rebuttals. I actually found the comments in support of the application pretty moving. I've not had the privilege of listening to members of the charities that Gate City Casino gives money to speak, certainly not in quick succession like that. And like I said, I found it quite moving. I think they rebutted a lot of the concerns that were expressed about it's just a pittance of money that's being given. Think about the people of Nashua. I think the people that spoke in support from nonprofits that are supported by Gate City Casino spoke to, it's not a pittance, it's their lifeblood. This allows them to do the work that they do in the community. And when people say, think about the people, those nonprofits think about people every day, seniors, homeless, hungry, kids. A lot of good is done because of Gate City Casino. A lot more good can be done at this facility in Nashua and in the communities around it. And I hope that this planning board opts to give us that chance. Thank you.
Scott?
Yeah, just one question about what are we talking about in terms of the amount of money donated to charity? Do you have a projection? Do you have, like, what are we talking, what is it now and what is it projected to be?
So last year was $7.1 million. It's $20 million since 2023. And that would grow proportionate to the expansion of gaming there.
So are we talking like 10 million bucks?
Do we have those?
Is that, I mean, these are just projections,
Yeah.
I get it, but I'm sure you know the numbers.
Yeah, so, and I don't want to speak for the charities, but the way it's structured is, it's called a run. So you have 2 charities, and we cannot operate without them. So we take on 2 charities, and it runs for about 7 days, and you offset them. And since we have a lot of charities right here, I could probably say those checks for those charities for that 1 week run will range between $60,000 and $70,000 a piece. Is that about fair, guys? There we go.
And
So it's about, 2 charities, 104 runs a year, if you will.
Okay.
And then hopefully if we get to expand a little bit, those numbers will go up as well.
And Mr. Leclerc, I think that's based on state law.
Yeah. Right, yeah, and I was just trying to understand the scale here. People are talking pittance, they're talking big, they're talking small.
That's a substantial amount of money.
What is a real number? Yeah.
Mr. McIntyre?
You have a technical question before we go into some of the moral imperatives. For the staff, when Representative Ohm was talking about the traffic suggestion that he had, I'm not going to say it correctly, but, elimination of 4 stoplights and like an overpass or something like that, right? I know that you guys have thought of that from, hearing it from the discussions, but it never really made it into any of the package, so to speak, other than Mr. Ohm's description. So is it a fair solution, or is it not applicable?
I'm going to defer mostly to Engineer Hudson and potentially Jason Plord, as this has been explored in the past, and it did not come to pass. And I will let them speak to the details as to why that may be, and if this potential strategy or alternative actually has any legs.
Thank you.
Mr. Hudson?
Yeah, I'll start. So could something like that ever be done? Of course it could be, but at what cost, and how would you do it? I don't know that this applicant controls all the property that would be needed to accomplish such a thing. I think a large project like that, like a new on-ramp to a highway, that's going to require, probably more than even a local level effort. That's going to require a state level effort by the DOTs and others, and it's just not. I don't consider that a reasonably feasible solution at this point in time. Big picture wise, sure, that'd be great, and doing what we're doing now doesn't preclude that from ever happening in the future, I'd say. But given the case that we have before us, I think the mitigation package that's been developed mitigates the traffic. And could there be another option that could mitigate the traffic a different way? Sure, that's possible. But again, I'm not sure that they control the property things to really make that feasible.
Yeah, so, not to put words in your mouth, it's not feasible at this time?
Well, I'd have to know the specifics of it, but I don't foresee it as a reasonably feasible alternative at this time. I do not, given what I currently understand.
Alderman Morgan?
Hopefully this is an easy question. In the spirit of charity and the reputation that you have already began, which isn't just checking the box and lowest level, you tend to go above and beyond. So what struck me as interesting is the response to Gamblers Anonymous. It sounds like what's being done right now is just checking the box with the agreement of what needs to be done and courting with the state. So I'd like to make an ask that you follow your reputation and go above and beyond, and maybe make sure that we do have a Gamblers Anonymous here in Nashua, and ensure that that continues. Is that something possible?
Yes, it was unfortunate to hear that there's not a local resource here, which is, I'll have to take that up with New Hampshire Lottery, and actually, believe it or not, some of my competitors here are in the room as well, but I'd also have to, we're a unified team here, and we need to work as gaming operators and see what those resources are in the city proper, even outside areas. So I agree with you with that. I'll look into it.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Anyone else from the board have additional questions for staff or the applicant?
Just, Mr. Chairman, is it time for any discussion about this as a whole, or should I wait?
So unless you have additional questions to staff, we'll close the public hearing.
Okay.
And then we can deliberate further.
Yes, sir.
And then come to a motion.
Okay.
All right. And with that, I am going to close the public hearing and open our discussion.
Okay.
Mr. McIntyre.
Thank you. So I think you can tell everybody here has thought this over, and there's a lot of experience in all different levels of this. But I just wanted to offer a comment, and I don't know if it's what the board likes to hear or is traditionally doing, but I actually don't really care. I really just care that we're talking about what we think is out here. To me, the issue here is that the genie is out of the bottle. This changed the state of New Hampshire when we went into this concept of charitable gaming, And the impact that it's had is so obvious on the social services and labor groups that came here, that you would be an idiot to say that it doesn't make an impact. Everybody knows it does. And it's unfortunate in some ways that this is the way they have to get their money, okay? But I can't change it. That's what's happening today. The Nashua that I grew up in, and I've been here for almost 60 years myself, is not the same, okay? The state is not the same. We have to realize that we're at a point where we're doing business in some areas that some people don't like or can't manage, and I accept that, okay? But as a planning board member, my opinion on how I feel about gambling doesn't matter. I'm a member of a board, it's the board that matters, and we have to follow things like, are they meeting the plan? I keep on talking about the master plan. Are they doing their best to the spirit of upholding the master plan? Huge, okay? You can go back and forth on that. Are we following the ordinances? Are we following the law? Have we made such an impact on the city on the whole that where does it go? All right, is it pro or con? Absolutely, if you're a resident in the localized area over there, you'll have a concern. You would, and it doesn't matter what they're building, okay? It's just the way it is, okay? But when I look at this on the whole, as a member of a board, I can't see not approving it. If it was a personal choice, totally different story, but that doesn't matter. So I want us to move on. I want the staff, I'm not in the position to direct the staff, but I want the staff to be like hawks on this project. I mean, if we say they have to do something, then we really need that. I hope that that is so key, because this impact of the traffic and the mathematics that was used for it can be debated back and forth, but those guys and that team are going to be there every day, and so isn't the traffic team and the DPW. So I hope, again, that an approval of this is not, and I know it's not, but is not something that we just take and say, okay, next project. This is a big one. It deserves a lot of attention over time, and we need to do it. So sorry about pontificating, but I think the people in the public need to understand that we have to balance everything, okay? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. McIntyre. Scott Leclerc?
Sure, thanks. So I'm just going to talk a little bit about that area and that site. Because like I said, I've been on this board for like 14 years. We've probably had, I don't know, 25, 30 projects related to that general site area. Nashville. I also live there. I live like a mile away from this, you know, so I know the area pretty well. And we've talked about the other exit. I mean, that has come up on nearly every project in that area, and it's never happened. We've talked about mitigation measures on Spitbrook and Tara. Never come up. I mean, we never get them. Like, we've never had the opportunity, frankly, to get the measures on Spitbrook that we're talking about. We've asked for them, we've begged for them, we've said we needed them. You know, every time we build in that area, it gets worse. But there's never been anything done in that area to make it better. This is literally like the first project that's come and said, we're going to try to do something down here. So I'm a big fan of what's going on there, because I've literally been asking for it for like a decade, you know? So I do think that that's a positive thing about this particular project. The other thing is, right, the site, the Sheridan, was a Radisson for a while, I think, and the Sheridan. I mean, it was like an eyesore for like literally about 10 years here. So it needs work. I mean, I drive by it every day. It's not like that site has been getting better. It's been rough for about a decade or more. So something has to be done there. I mean, you're right, you drive into Nashua, you see that. I mean, for the longest time, I think it was a waving, like, flag of a band, of a sign for Radisson that was on it for, I don't know, was that like 5 years or something like that it was like that? I mean, that's not what we want to see when you come into Nashua. So, I mean, a lot of the development on site's been great, and the Flatley stuff's been excellent too. So I think, to me, this is like getting close to the capstone of that site, you know? I mean, we've gone through several other concepts of master plans of that site that were very large, sort of industrial kind of research and development kind of things. Those had a lot of traffic impacts because there were, you know, could be as much as sort of 1,000 employees moving in and out of there every day, and no mitigation measures with any of those. So to me, this seems like we're getting the mitigation measures, we're getting redevelopment of a site that really has not been great for like a decade. We're sort of capping off that area to kind of, you know, make it look well and sort of really, you know, get a gateway there as you come over. And that's before you even think about all the amount of money that's going to the charities, you know, and, you know, to your point, Joe, I mean, it is what it is, but it is a big deal, you know. So I think that's a positive thing. And that site's been like it is for a long time. It's almost 20 years that it hasn't been really, you know, kind of active and developed, you know, and sitting there, like sites that don't do anything for that amount of time. They don't do anything for the residents, they don't do anything for the city. So I'm a big proponent of activating these sites to do something for somebody, you know, whether it's build on our tax base, you know, give to the charities, get some improvements that we're talking about, make it look better, get some jobs. I mean, I see a lot of positives here. I see the balance, you know, there's the gambling side of the house, but, I mean, we thought it was a great thing when it was on the other side of the highway down at the Nash. I mean, it's basically the same presentation. I mean, I sat through both of them. They kind of, they had the same pros and the same cons. You know. To me, they're similar projects and frankly similar sites. So anyway, that's my 2 cents.
Mr. Hudson?
Yeah, I would echo a lot of what Mr. Leclerc said. When the other casino site came forward, there was the same discussions, concerns about community issues in terms of policing impact and things like that, crime, all those sorts of things. And I'm sure some of that's occurring, but like I haven't been hearing about major issues for that site. We've had a lot of the same societal sort of discussions for that one. And I'm just not hearing those things. I've kind of microscopically looked at the traffic in conjunction with senior traffic engineer husband and Jason Plora, peer review consultant. We've dug deep on it, and we're not done. I mean, we're going to continue to vet it. As I said earlier, the phase 1, phase 2 approval process kind of gives us the ability to get phase 1 there, get it open, ensure that everything's tracking the way that it's anticipated to track, and then there's provisions to adjust as needed. So, so we will continue that process, and DOT is our partner in that. They will be looking at things from a different perspective, but they also have expertise in all those sorts of matters, and will review and need to approve things as well. The mitigation proposed, I mean, as I said earlier, the burden is to mitigate their traffic. As was discussed, we are looking at the peak periods, but the additional construction of the mitigation measures in terms of additional lanes, additional capacity, that sort of thing, that'll have a societal benefit during all the other hours of the day when the traffic isn't at its peak. All the residents in that area will have an opportunity to benefit from that in terms of reduced travel times and things like that. So that's something I wanted to note as well. And it was, just in terms of a societal net benefit, I was kind of struck again by the charities that came out and spoke of how beneficial this is to them, how much they need this. So although I do have some of those societal concerns for other reasons, I do kind of view this as a net benefit to the community as a whole. So I guess that's what I had to offer.
Alderman Morgan.
Thank you. I'll just echo what my colleagues have said. All the same. I'll add a few notes to that is when we spoke about the master plan and bringing in higher paying jobs. So at a literal view, maybe it doesn't. However, the ripple effect isn't shown. What the nonprofits did not speak about tonight is that it has, for some, has allowed them to create new job positions. It's allowed them to expand their staff. It's allowed them to pay some of their staff a livable wage. You don't get rich as the executive director of a nonprofit. And so it's allowed them to expand not only the services that they offer to our community at large, but to their own staff and their own employees, which then means that they're coming to City Hall not necessarily as often. Maybe they're able to keep their doors open, whereas we've seen some before that unfortunately did not get their charitable gaming checks in time, and they had to close. And those services have not been duplicated since. So from the societal impact, we already have charity gaming, where it's not going to necessarily create that. It's already happening. And so with my colleagues, I stand in favor of this project.
Thank you. One other thing I'd like to add, I agree with a lot of your other statements across the board. And just kind of going back to the site plan approval criteria, I touched on the CUP earlier in the questioning of the applicant. But this, working with the surrounding uses, I think is a really big part. In the previously zoned area, it was park industrial. This is park industrial. A lot of the same services, retail shops, residential space. So I think the police officer, or the police presence in that area was a big thing. And today I think we got a good condition to hold them accountable for whatever that looks like with the city, and give city staff an avenue to have that continue to be implemented as part of this. So for that, and again, I think they really do meet all the criteria that's given between the conditional use permit and the site plan approval criteria. So I think we're at the point when someone will have to make a motion. There's a couple that are recommended. The way that I think we were looking at doing this was the conditional use permit, grant the waivers for phase one, or grant the waivers as a whole, grant final site plan approval for phase one, and then define what the active and substantial development for phase two is. So then we can grant conditional site plan approval for phase two after some of the precedent conditions are met, most notably the traffic study. After that, it is opened for phase one. So I don't know if anyone is willing to make a motion on the board.
Mr. Green, if I just may, just my ask would be to anyone who is making a motion with specific respect to the conditional use permit criteria and then the site plan criteria. Please do take the time to go through the criteria. You don't have to read every single one, but say, based off of X, Y, and Z that we've heard, that we've read, that we've received testimony on, this is how X, Y, and Z meets this criteria. Please be articulate with your motion. Thank you.
I'll give the board a moment to review some of their notes and go through some of the criteria as needed.
Mr. Chairman.
Mr. McIntyre?
Staff, do you have a recommendation for the wording of the motion? Because, I mean, it's pretty verbose.
I think the motion is really structured off of the criteria, right? We've provided some boilerplate language of some things that need to be captured in terms of the process of the motion. The wording of the motion and how you feel that the application meets the specific criteria is truly your own. This is the opinion of the board based off of everything that you've heard. You know, you see our recommendations. I want the justification to come organically from you as the board members. I do not want to put words in your mouth as the way you justify whatever your motion is.
You know what to say.
Scott?
Yeah, I'm gonna take a shot at the motion for the conditional use permit first. So I'm gonna make a motion to grant a conditional use permit approval for the redevelopment of 11 Tire Boulevard for the purpose of constructing a charitable gaming facility over 2 phases. Find that the applicant has provided sufficient rationale in the CUP narrative, which is the conditional use permit narrative. And it meets the approval criteria detailed in our section 190-133F. Now, in granting this approval, you know, there's 9 criteria in here, and I'm gonna start with building criteria 1, that the structure is specifically authorized within the use matrix of 190-15. Table 15-1 is conditional use. That's strictly a table that it exists within. Second criteria, when completed, the development and its location will comply with all the requirements of the article and the specific conditions established in the chapter. I think that location meets all those requirements. The building, under number 3, the building structure will not materially endanger the public health or safety. I think all of the security matters that have been talked about in place, you know, meet that requirement. The building structure will not substantially devalue abutting property. I think we've seen testimony, we've listened to testimony, and we've read testimony based in our packages that support that. The building and structure will be compatible with the neighborhood and adjoining abutting uses. We've had testimony, and from my personal experience in the area, I feel like that, you know, this is compatible. There are a bunch of mixed-use kind of type occupancies around, and it fits in well with that. Number 6, the structure will not have a substantial adverse impact on highway or pedestrian safety. We've had significant traffic studies, significant mitigation studies. We've heard testimony from experts regarding the traffic mitigation measures. The city's hired even, our own consultants to do peer reviews on that. I mean, I feel like we've done significant due diligence on that. The structure or building will not have substantial adverse impact on the natural environmental resources. We've had the civil engineers present their site plan with their stormwater management measures and all of those kinds of things that look like they're taking care of the runoff and improving the situation that's there. The number 8, there is adequate public utility and community facilities are available. You know, we've heard testimony again from the engineers that there's adequate power and water, sewer connections, and city engineers have reviewed that and also supported that same conclusion. And lastly, that the use of on-street parking in the downtown districts, that's not applicable to this particular area. So number 9 is not germane to this particular approval criteria. So based on that, you know, I recommend conditional use permit approval.
Thank you, Mr. Leclerc. Do we have a second? Second from Alderman Morgan. All those in favor?
Aye.
All those in opposition? None. Motion passes.
Okay. I'd like to make a motion on a few of the waivers.
Go ahead, Mr.
So specifically, the applicant has asked for a waiver of 190-279EE to waive the requirement to depict existing conditions on abutting lots within 1,000 feet of the property boundary. That's a pretty typical request for waiver, and I believe that the plans that were presented to us have enough information on them for us to make a decision properly, so I recommend we grant that waiver. Secondly, with respect to 190-271, waiving the requirement for the civil plan sheets to be 22 by 34 inches. I don't see any requirement for that to be, that size. This is a pretty big lot. They probably have larger sheets than that, so I'm okay with that. And section 190-172E1 waiver request, waiving the requirement for entrances on all sides of the building that abut a public street, that the nature of this site is such as it's, an enclosed sort of property by itself. And the way they presented the entrances to me looks appropriate for the parking and the entrances and, the way people would move into the building. So in considering these requests, all of which the three that I recommend we approve, I do recognize that we're utilizing criteria from the RSA numbers that are included within the staff report, and also that the conformity would pose an unnecessary hardship to the applicant, and the waivers aren't contrary to the spirit and intent of the regulations. So for those reasons, I'd like to recommend a motion to grant those three waivers.
And do we have a second? Second from Alderman Morgan. Any more discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? None. Motion passes.
Okay. I'm going to continue with another motion to grant final site plan approval for Phase 1 construction for this matter. That being the construction of, in this phase, approximately 65,900 square feet of gaming floor area and 865 space parking garage as additions to the existing hotel and associated site improvements and off-site traffic mitigation measures. Finally, the applicant does meet the requirements outlined in 190-146D with the subsequent conditions that are included within the staff report.
Do we have a second?
Second.
Second from Mr. McIntyre. Any more discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? None. Motion passes. Mr. Leclerc.
Yeah, so moving on to granting of a conditional site plan approval for Phase 2. I'd like to make a motion that.
Mr. Leclerc,
Yep.
you need to define active and substantial development. That would be in 6.4.
Okay, you want a motion for that?
Do.
Okay. All right, so I'll make prior to this Phase 2 motion, I'm going to make another motion defining active and substantial development for the purposes of Section 190-149 and RSA 674, Section 39, as listed in the staff report, that's A, B, and C.
Do we have a second for the motion?
Seconded.
Second, Mr. McIntyre. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Motion passes.
All right, lastly, I'd like to make a motion with respect to the conditional site plan approval for Phase 2, that being consisting of construction of 26,960 square foot of gaming floor, 255 parking spaces in a surface parking lot, and modification to the parking garage. This would be the parking garage constructed in Phase 1 to accommodate an additional 580 spaces. And that this conditional approval be subject to the precedent conditions listed in the staff report and the subsequent conditions issued within or listed within the staff report.
Do we have a second?
Yes.
Mr. McIntyre. Any more discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? None. Motion passes. With that, I think that is all the subsequent conditions for, all the approvals needed for that one.
2 to go.
2 to go. It is 10:49. How is the board feeling with continuing or tabling these to the next week's discussion? I know it's getting late for people.
Are they still here?
Are they still here? Do we have anyone from the other cases still here? We do.
They're here.
All right. If everyone's comfortable, we'll continue hearing you guys. Let me get set up real quick.
Why you give it a minute?
Yeah, I'll give everyone a minute to leave the space, so we'll hear you in a moment.
Good job. You were the only one that could do it.
This is 7 Haynes, right? What? This is 7 Haynes.
Yeah, I guess so. That's the next one.
And he wanted to go first, so I assume he was the first one on the list. About 5 minutes. If you want to sit down for a second, we'll be 5 minutes, or stand, whatever you need.
This is the fifth inning stretch. Didn't hear it anyway, so.
We had the original motion by Mr. Leclerc, and it was seconded by Mr. McIntyre. We are ready to take jurisdiction and open the public hearing. And if the applicant can state their name and get started.
Yeah, okay. My name's Andy Sullivan. I'm an attorney for the applicant of 7 Haynes Street. 7 Haynes Street is off of Ald Street in the RB zone.
I'm sorry, 1 second. Are we able to close the door real quick?
It is closed.
No, it is closed. All right, sorry.
It is closed.
Continue, thank you.
Haynes Street is off of Ald Street. This property was built, it's a ranch, it was built in 1950. My client bought it in 2024, an existing 3-family. Apparently, the 3rd unit in the basement was never properly permitted. We went and we got a variance in April to allow the 3-family and it's set up contingent upon getting a conditional use permit from planning board.
The lot is one of the largest in the area, it's about 11,600 square feet. And next door, if you're looking from Haines Street,
Sorry,
are two
one
other
second.
buildings.
Can the people in the audience, if you can keep quiet for the applicant, we are still hearing meetings, or if you need to step out in the hallway, it's all right, thank you.
So looking at the building from All Street, two properties to the right, map 19, lot 38 is a three-family, and 1939 is a four-family. There's 4 parking spots, so that we all know there's a new state law that says you only need 1 spot per unit, but there's 4 there. In terms of the floor plan, my package I sent is a copy of the floor plan. The basement one is the largest of the units. They're all 1 bedroom, and I think only 1 is occupied right now by a couple. The other 2 are empty. The downstairs is empty. And the applicant, if this passes, it will go back to the building department, and whatever they determine needs to be done, forensically analysis of what, you know, if wiring or plumbing's not done correctly, they're going to do all that to bring it up to snuff, bring it up to code for the city of Nashua. In terms of the criteria, I went through the criteria, and I'll just quickly go through it. That particular zone allows a 3-family by conditional use permit. 2-family is allowed by right. So we meet it's specifically authorized by the CO. Its location will comply with requirements of this article, and I gave a background. Again, it's been there for 75 years. It creates part of the character of the neighborhood. Now, I don't know, and my clients don't know how long the basement unit has been there, because there's no record, but it appeared that it's been there for quite many decades anyways. It will not endanger the public health or safety. There's plenty of parking. It's a large lot. And I sent in a traffic, not for traffic study, but got it from the web, and basically it says an additional unit that creates a 2-family to a 3-family, the amount of traffic generated is negligible. And Nashua has traditionally looked at it that way. That's not a downtown street. It's a little bit out there off of Ald, park nearby. It's not going to affect anything. So the building structure we will not devalue. I included a opinion of a broker saying it won't devalue the neighborhood. And again, it's been there for decades. It's not going to change any value. If anything, if it was denied, it would probably change the value. But this is not going to sustain the same thing. There is no development to the lot. There's no addition to the size of the building, the square footage, or anything at all. It's just the way it is. We're just asking to bless what's already there. No adverse impact on the highway or pedestrian traffic. Will not have an adverse impact on the natural environment. Again, it's just the same it's been for 75 years. Adequate, it's got city water, city sewer. It's got adequate on-site parking. There is off-site parking on that street from aerial overlays. I've seen pictures. I don't know if the people here have ever used it or not. I don't think they have to, because there's adequate parking. And so it's pretty much, it is what it is. We're asking you we got the variance to allow it that way. We're asking you to allow what's been there for decades. In a nutshell, that's it. Open for questions.
Thank you. Anyone from the board have questions?
No.
All right, it is a pretty simple one. I don't think there's too much changing from the site, and just want a quick, Dan Hudson, how the comments seem pretty minimal from the city. Was there anything else that you wanted to mention?
No.
Okay, yeah, all right.
No, I think the comments speak for themselves. They're minor. Yeah.
All right. Then I will open the floor for any opposition to come up and speak. Anybody on Zoom in opposition of the application? Anyone in favor of the application? Same for Zoom. Anyone in favor of the application? All right. I won't have your rebuttal, nobody, so we'll close the public hearing and go into our deliberation. Again, I think this is a pretty simple one. It meets all the criteria. It's not really changing anything in the neighborhood as is, and the traffic impacts are basically non-existent based on the letter from the city. So, Joe Mandola. Any other comments from the team?
Excuse me, just one. There was one letter, and now you said there's two. Is that true? There was one letter in the package of opposition. Are there now two opposition letters?
I believe that is the one I was referring to.
Just one.
We
Okay.
did upload it, so, but it did come after the initial publication of
Right, okay,
packets.
thank you.
Did you have any comment on that?
No, I read it. It's a resident's opinion on whether or not it fits the spirit of the neighborhood.
Then I will ask for someone to make a motion. Is anyone willing to take that?
Okay.
It's Mr. Leclerc.
Yeah, so I'd like to make a motion to grant a conditional use permit, pursuant to, section 190-15, table 15-1, use number 15, and allows the establishment of the 3-unit, on the property at 7 Haynes. Saying that this, the CUP narrative, as outlined by the applicant during the testimony, meets really the 8 requirements that are really required for this particular property. Number 9 is the downtown zoning district, again, is not pertinent to this particular application. And I'd also like to add the subsequent conditions, the 2 of them that are outlined in the staff report.
Thank you, Mr. Leclerc. Do we have a second?
Yes, second.
Mr. McIntyre. Any more discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
All those against? None. Motion passes.
Thank you. Have a good evening.
Thank you. All right. One more. Everyone still okay?
Doing great.
Great. Bring it home. Has anyone had a chance to review the new business A26-0109, 57 Factory Street? I'm ready to make a motion for our acceptance and open the hearing.
I'll make a motion to take jurisdiction.
Motion from Mr. Leclerc. Do we have a second?
Yes, second.
Mr. McIntyre. The floor is yours.
Good evening. Thank you for sticking around so late. And we're all pretty tired. This will be quick. This is a very simple one. We're seeking to create a 2-unit condominium out of a existing commercial building, restaurant on 57 Factory Street. The 2 units will be 1 unit in the basement. The top 2 floors will be 2 units. There's no change in the lot. There's no change in the building. There's no change in the use. All that's being done is that's being changed is the method of ownership. And because the state statute defines creating condominiums as a subdivision, planning boards are reviewing these as subdivisions. But there's absolutely no change, and the types of things that you would normally look at in a subdivision, you don't look at this. We've submitted 2 waiver requests. The first waiver request was for waiving the requirement of a existing features plan. Since there's no change at all in the building or the lot, we're asking you to waive that because it would be an unreasonable thing to require of the owner. The second is a waiver of a traffic impact report and a traffic management plan. Once again, there's no change at all in the building or the lot or the use, so that there's no really reason to require a traffic management report. But the one thing I would like to address is that conditions that are listed in the staff report follow the comments on the engineering department's letter of July 30th. Their comments are, there are three things that the engineering department is asking for. Sewer permits to be updated based upon a change of use. The existing sewer service is a 2004 PVC pipe, most recently used by a restaurant. Engineering requests the service be video inspected for any buildup or potential blockage. The third comment was trash collection to be privately managed or contracted. I think what happened here is that the engineering department made a mistake. They thought that this was being changed, I believe they thought that this was being changed from a commercial use to residential use. You'll see that in the opening line of their letter, the Division of Public Works Engineering Department has reviewed the request for conditional use approval for a 2-unit residential at 57 Factory Street. If it was being changed from a commercial to a residential, perhaps those comments make sense. But because there's no change in the use, it's still going to remain as a restaurant. There's no need for any one of those types of requirements or requests of the engineering department. And I think probably what started this was that on an original version of the staff report, it listed that it was being changed in use from a commercial to a 5-unit residential. When I spoke to the planning department and let them know that that's not the case, they revised it and corrected it. But perhaps the correction never got to the engineering department. So that there's really should be no reason to have conditions of this approval, those 3 conditions that are listed in the staff report. So because there's absolutely no change of the building, the lot, or the use, I would request that you approve this subdivision plan to create the condominium units without the conditions. Thank you.
Mr. Hudson?
I would concur with the speaker in the sense of the confusion in terms of commercial or residential not being the case. However, I would ask, what is the plan for trash management for this building? Because I know that's been a previous issue with the existing site. So continued use, I'd like to know how that's going to be managed. We had drafted a condition thinking that this was going to be residential, but that would be privately managed, contracted, probably has been or is, and that the trash be stored within the building structure. This building occupies the full site, is my understanding, so there's really no opportunity to place trash outside the building. There, I believe at one time they were leasing a parking spot from the city in order to be able to put a dumpster. That lease has expired. I'm not sure if the city's interested in doing the same thing or not in the future, but I guess I would just ask what the plan is for trash
Well, I can't
management.
speak for the new owner. The property is being sold. It's being sold to a gentleman from Laconia who operates a Greek restaurant. And he's going to operate the Greek restaurant there. So I don't know what his plans are, but Dennis Gleason is here, who has operated the restaurant that's there. And Dennis, can you speak to how the trash is managed there? Yes. How it was managed when it was a restaurant?
Before you start talking, can you come to the mic and just state your name?
My name.
Yeah, thank you.
Dennis Gleason, 17 Gregg Road in Nashua, New Hampshire. What's the home next to the restaurant there?
Delaney's. The
Yeah.
Delaney's house.
Yeah, so he actually has an agreement with them. They're going to actually allow him to use the spot next to, underneath the bridge, overpass. So.
I don't know if that's theirs to grant, but we have to.
I believe you talked to, I thought that house actually utilized those spots.
Yeah, for parking, but I believe that's city right away technically. I don't know. It's something that we'd have to investigate. But, I guess my question would be for staff then, is there, when somebody else comes in, is there going to be an opportunity to review this trash aspect of this plan, either through a permit from the Board of Health or anybody else, I mean, the Health Department or anybody else? what opportunity will we have to address this issue of trash that we've seen in the past with this particular property?
No, that's a good question. So it sounds like there is no change of use.
No
This
change
is
of
restaurant to restaurant, so we wouldn't be processing an admin review application. So that opportunity for another bite is gone. So this, I believe, is the only one. And you know, this marks an important point in time where it's a change in ownership. The lease with the parking space for the dumpster has expired. It's a restaurant, there's going to be trash. While that is a use and operations focused issue, the application before us is a subdivision condominium plan. This application before us is, you know, benefiting that user, the restaurant. So I would say this is our opportunity to ask these questions about trash, and I'll
Yeah, Mr. Chair, if you follow up
Mr.
on
Hudson.
that, then I would, maybe not in the context of the engineering letter, maybe that should be rewritten some different way, that there is a trash management plan will come back before somebody, you know, on a staff level at least. I don't know, as engineering's the right entity necessarily to review that. It may be the health department or somebody else. But I think that is an important aspect of this, in granting this request. I believe that's an important thing that we need to address. And we don't have all the answers today. Maybe it'll have to be addressed with the new owner, but that is something that needs to be addressed with this, in my opinion.
I would agree that comment number 3 or condition number 3 is probably a good idea. My office, and frankly, I'm sorry, I didn't introduce myself. I was so tired. My name is Jeffrey Zoll. I'm an attorney with Hamlet and Kerrigan here in Nashua. And I used to be an attorney at 47 Factory Street. That's where I started practicing law. Back when this property in question was, what was the name of the bar?
Timber Grill.
You would know. What was the name of the bar? You've been around a long time.
Timber Grill.
Don't know what you're talking about,
Timber
never heard of
Grill.
bars.
Oh, no.
Oh.
Lenny's Spa.
Lenny's Spa,
It was
exactly.
Lenny's Spa.
Yes.
And I was practicing law right next door. And,
Yeah.
but yeah, it's so tight over there, there's got to be some sort of trash management. And I don't have a problem with that condition being in there. The other 2 conditions don't make sense, but that one does.
Yeah, I agree with that.
Well, couldn't we, can we just
Strike it and replace it with
keep the
3.
same conditions here, but we'll say, and strike the first 2 comments in the engineering letter? Can we say something to that effect?
I think that would be sufficient in this case. Sam?
Yes, you can do that.
Yeah, that'd be easier than trying to write a new thing, I think.
Yeah, I don't know about the comment 1 with a sewer permit to be updated based upon change in use. It's not so much change in use, but sometimes even change in ownership, I think, triggers a sewer permit revision, but, so I reserve the right to,
Why don't we just say the
to deal with
comment-
that one, but,
Can we just say the comments as applicable?
yeah.
As judged by the engineering department?
Yeah, I mean,
Just to get, that gives you the shot to get rid of them if you need to, if they're not applicable. I think we
To
could
the
just say something like
satisfaction
that.
of the public.
Yeah.
Yeah. That would
Yeah.
work.
Would the
I think we
applicant-
can do that. It'll be your decision whether they're in or out.
Would the
Obviously, it
applicant-
makes sense, a couple of them don't need to be in.
Yeah, would the applicant be amenable to that?
I didn't catch all that. I'm having trouble
So
hearing tonight.
we would basically change the subsequent condition to state that the comments are met to the satisfaction of the Public Works. I think they've, on the record recognized that, they might not all be applicable, but they, I think, want to take another look at it to make sure that they're properly addressed in
Okay.
whatever means. Thank you.
Yep.
Mr. McIntyre?
I had something, but I think he wants to go first. I'll let him go first, if that's okay with you.
Yeah, just state your name and come up if you'd like.
Yeah.
Dennis Gleason, 17 Greg Road in Nashua. So we have been working with the city. We've been working with the mayor's department on the trash. So there is also, we also put a outdoor area next to the building, which could also be a place where the trash should go. So if the other deal is not a good deal, then
You know, they talked about going in, picking it up, bringing it back out. And then on the sewerage, I don't quite understand because it's all brand new. It was done like 5 years ago. So we basically, everything's brand new going out into the sewer system. So I have no
Yeah,
idea
I guess
why-
comment two, we reference, our records reflect a pipe outside of the building dating back to 2004, and that may be all fine.
2004.
Yeah, I mean, if something's been done newer than that, then I guess my
I don't
office
know
isn't
what
aware
they're
of
talking
that.
about, because everything goes directly into, we dug up the road in the back, it goes right to the sewer.
Okay.
So I'm very confused with that.
Okay.
The whole building was gutted.
Well, let's just, in granting this conditional approval, let's just work through those things together so we can all get on the same page, I guess is what I'd say, but.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm not, certainly my office won't try to be unreasonable in withholding any approval, but I guess for whatever reason, I don't, maybe a permit wasn't done when that was done, and this is the problem, like, that we, you know, maybe this will be a chance for us to update our records in addition to, and if the trash thing's solved by somebody else another way, I'm okay with that too. I just want to make sure it's solved by somebody somehow.
Yeah.
So perhaps, you know, my office being the one that commented on this thing, there may be discussions happening that we're not aware of, but we can get together and get all that stuff resolved. So I'm conditional. I support a conditional motion referencing the original letter as applicable,
Yeah.
and then we'll just work through it with them if that's satisfactory.
Okay.
Okay, so-
Mr. McIntyre?
Yeah, just wanted a clarification from the attorney. So in the backup package, there was a letter of concern from was it another restaurant?
No, I believe it's in an abutting law office.
Okay, that's what they were talking about, because I thought I read in there that said Kuka, what's the name of the restaurant now? Your current restaurant, that's the. Yeah, okay, no, I'd have to look at the letter, but I thought the letter said something specifically a little different than what you just said, Sam. I thought there was like a person say they're not objecting to the condominium, but they're having concerns with the trash, but I didn't think it was coming from the law offices. But if you say so, I'm sorry. Yeah,
It had photos attached to it.
yeah, what's the name of the business?
The law.
Morno Law?
Yeah, but there's another.
It's their holding company.
Oh, yes, the holding company is.
Okay, that's what I wanted clarification on, that's all. Thank you. Okay,
Starts with an S, K.
Yeah.
okay.
They blocked the building from.
Does anyone else from the board have comments, questions, concerns with the application? All right, thank you very much. I'm going to open up the mic to opposition. Is there anyone in the audience speaking opposition to this application? Anyone on Zoom speaking opposition? Anyone speaking in favor of this application? And anyone speaking in favor on Zoom? I would say no. That will close the public hearing. We will open up our discussion. So again, I think a pretty simple one minus that letter with a little bit of confusion. I do think we can get that condition amended to make it appropriate, but overall, the footprint's not changing. It seems like a lot of interior work to the space to get it to where it needs to be, so I don't see any issues with this particular application, and it should meet all the subdivision approval criteria. Anyone willing to make a motion on it or have any other discussion?
I'll
Mr.
make a
Leclerc?
motion. Okay. Unless anybody has any discussion. No?
Mr. Leclerc, then it's all you.
Okay, I'm gonna start with making a motion to grant the following waivers, section 190-283, waiving the requirements of existing features within 1,000 feet. I think that's reasonable and pretty customary for this type of application. And also that we grant the waiver to 190-282B9, with the requirement to prepare a traffic impact report, as it's not, no changes of use here. And in considering these waiver requests, that the board utilize the criteria from the RSA is listed in the staff report, and that the strict conformity would pose unnecessary hardship to the applicant, and that these waivers aren't contrary to the spirit and intent of the regulations. And we are also using the rationale outlined in the waiver request letters dated July 21st to the 30th of 2026.
Thank you, Mr. Leclerc. Do we have a second?
Yes.
Mr. McIntyre, seconding. Any more discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed? None. Motion passes.
I'd like to make one more motion, and that being to grant final subdivision approval for the commercial conversion of an existing 2-unit restaurant and brewery use into 2 condominium units at 57 Factory Street, finding the application meets the requirements outlined in section 190-146D, subject to the subsequent conditions included within the staff report, with the exception that subsequent condition B be amended to read, prior to signing the plan, all outstanding comments from the engineering department in a memorandum dated July 30th, 2026 shall be addressed to the satisfaction of the Division of Public Works. Adding to that statement that the Division of Public Works will review that memorandum for applicability of the particular comments, and work with the applicant to come to a decision which of those need to be continued.
All right, thank you, Mr. Leclerc. Do we have a second?
Yes, seconded.
Mr. McIntyre. Any more discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All those against? None. Motion passes.
Thank you.
Thank you, guys. All right, we don't have any other business. There's no non-public session.
Motion to adjourn?
Motion to adjourn?
Well, guys,
Motion
I have
passes.
a code
Oh.
presentation. I've got
Motion
like
does not.
30 slides to go.
30?
30? 30? Motion passes. Meeting adjourned at 11:21.
I give my proxy to the alderman. She's got rank.